Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice reports duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, the family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South-South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Boa Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods plc and Boa Cement plc companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021. A recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent as by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, we now want to say that foreign medicine, what we call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. from Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advanced Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. Exactly. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
they've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're well at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale, and you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the area that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. I mean, so we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, you know, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way thing.
It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights in the upbringing of the children, in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely difficult. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly, and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. We should, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have contributed to the society. Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kikiri. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from Nigeria Street to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start no. She's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo well are the same. We have a lot.
say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Yeah, it's definitely not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Waneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi. You have both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons, or the group of persons, who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content. And you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update. We are reading you live from our studios at Souk News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Now, the federal government has approved over 1.04 trillion naira for major road projects across Nigeria, according to the Minister of Works, David Umahi. The projects endorsed by the Federal Executive Council on November 6, 2025, include key highways such as the 163 kilometers Sokoto-Badagry Coastal Superhighway Section 3 worth 553 billion naira, Ota Idiroko Section 1 at 98 billion naira, and the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway Phase 2 valued at 43.73 billion naira. Other projects include Ilorin-Omu-Aran-Egba Road at 43 billion naira, Kaduna's Wasasa Turunku Mararaba Phase 2 at 30.23 billion naira, and Enugu Onisha Road Phase 1 at 28.47 billion naira. David Umahi explains that the rising cost of materials and challenging terrain necessitated project cost adjustment, noting that the price of reinforcement steel has surged above 1.1 million naira per ton. He also disclosed that Edo, Delta, and Abia state governments have taken responsibility for funding and executing selected federal roads to ease the government's financial load. Umahi reaffirmed the administration's commitment to durable, concrete-based road infrastructure designed to ensure long-term value and national connectivity. Now, Nigeria's gross profit from crude oil and gas sales fell sharply by 824.66 billion naira in 2024, despite a rebound in oil production, according to the latest budget implementation report released by the Budget Office of the Federation. The report shows that profit dropped to 1.08 trillion naira from 1.90 trillion naira in 2023, a 43.3% decline and 26.3% below the government's 1.46 trillion naira target, while total oil and gas revenue before deduction rose to 15.07 trillion naira in 2024, nearly double the 8.36 trillion naira recorded in 2023. Much of this growth came from exchange rate gains rather than stronger crude exports. Nigeria's oil output averaged 1.43 million barrels per day, up from 1.27 million barrels in 2023, but still below the 1.78 million barrels per day target. Now, the federal government is pursuing a fresh $500 million loan from the World Bank to improve access to finance for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises nationwide, tagged the Fostering Inclusive Finance for MSMEs in Nigeria, FINCLUD. The The facility aims to support innovative financial solutions and attract private capital to underserved business segments. According to a World Bank document, the initiative will leverage the Development Bank of Nigeria and its subsidiary Impact Credit Guarantee Limited as key delivery platforms. The proposed Finclude project will deploy complementary, inclusive, and innovative instruments tailored to diverse needs of MSMEs. The bank stated that it also noted that the project is designed to close Nigeria's large credit gap for small businesses and promote inclusive economic growth through financial system strengthening and credit guarantees. The facility is expected to address long-standing constraints to MSMEs lending, especially for women and youth-owned businesses. Nigeria's digital payment system has reached a major milestone with the first live transactions on the national payment stack at 11:56 a.m. on Friday, November 7, 2025. The transaction between PalmPay and Wema Bank was completed in milliseconds, marking the launch of a new unified payment infrastructure developed by the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, NIBSS. The NPS replaces the long-standing NIBSS instant payment platforms, enabling faster transactions between better security and seamless integration across banks and fintechs. Built on ISO 20022 global messaging standards, the national payment stack is designed to support cross-border payments and align Nigeria's financial system with international best practices. Managing Director of the National Interbank Settlement System, Premier Oiwo, described the development as a key step towards simplifying payments and expanding financial inclusion. He commended PalmPay and Wema Bank as pioneers of the system, noting that as more financial institutions join, Nigerians can expect faster, safer, and more efficient transactions. Now, thousands of passengers were stranded across the United States on Sunday as more than 2,800 flights were canceled and over 10,200 delayed amid the worsening government shutdown, now in its 40th day. The Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, warned that air travel could slow to a trickle before Thanksgiving if the shutdown persists, as the Federal Aviation Administration ordered airlines to cut up to 10% of daily flights due to air traffic control shortages. About 13,000 air traffic controllers and 50,000 security screeners have been working without pay, forcing airlines like American, Delta, United, and Southwest to scale down operations. Airlines for American estimates over 4 million passengers have been affected since October the 1st, with daily economic losses projected between $285 million and $580 million. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Souk Business Landscape. Do stay with us.
Dr. Zach A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zaka Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're seeing that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. ZAC, as is well known, has improved on a simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Zach A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
When Emeke talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, A Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low oxygen conditions to remove moisture and volatile gases. Logs and branches are stacked in a pile, covered with grass and soil, and burned for several days. This yields 1 to 2 tons of charcoal from 10 tons of dry wood. The process emits more carbon than simply burning the wood. Much of the raw wood is free, harvested from farmers' own land or from forests. Many charcoal producers are farmers selling to traders when in need of cash. Others are entrepreneurs who bring in work teams, distribute chainsaws, and pay off landowners or local chiefs. Locals often complain about outsiders cutting down their trees. In Kenya and Uganda, vigilantes have even attacked charcoal trucks. Africa's charcoal trade is estimated to be worth tens of billions of dollars, possibly more than the continent earns from cocoa or coffee. The money trail often leads to soldiers or government officials. The United Nations Security Council banned charcoal exports from Somalia because jihadists were earning millions by exporting it to the Gulf, where shisha smokers prize the aroma of acacia wood. Charcoal production leaves destruction in its wake. In Mozambique's Mabalane district, 2/3 of the woodland was affected by charcoal harvesting in the decade leading to 2018, according to one study. To mitigate the damage, governments oscillate between legalizing the trade through licensing and forest management and banning it outright. Sudden bans, however, often fuel a black market. Enforcement becomes a chaotic negotiation involving traders, officials, police, soldiers, and local communities. Lorry drivers move at night and pay bribes to checkpoints. In Uganda, where charcoal production is banned, it's smuggled across the border and transported under official seals from South Sudan. Other policies promote clean cooking. Liquid petroleum gas, LPG, which burns cleaner than charcoal, is exempted from VAT in Kenya. Some companies have introduced metered gas canisters so consumers can pay as they go, easing upfront costs. Today, more than half of urban Kenyans use LPG as their main cooking fuel. Bond Manufacturing, a company known for efficient stoves, has stopped selling its charcoal models and now promotes electric stoves subsidized by carbon credits. Experts say charcoal is on the decline in Kenya, though it remains prevalent in countries like Madagascar and Zambia, where alternatives are limited. Phasing out charcoal will have economic consequences. The trade is informal and decentralized, while gas is distributed through large firms and creates fewer jobs. Charcoal provides roughly 275 workdays per terajoule consumed, compared with 95 for electricity and 15 for LPG. Gas imports also strained foreign currency reserves. For now, most consumers juggle multiple energy sources. Charcoal production in Africa is still growing at about 2% annually. But one thing is clear: as long as there is the ghetto, there will always be charcoal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souk News TV. Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Darren Asimoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developing other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erowa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Soup News TV.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contacts with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souk News Television.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Minister said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk business landscape.
A very good morning to you this Monday morning and welcome to Souk Business Landscape, your weekly compass through evolving marketplace of ideas, enterprise and economic power. Here, we decode the pulse of local and global markets, from government policies to shaping business growth to industry innovations, driving productivity and development. Each week, we spotlight the intersection between policy and profit and people, unpacking how fiscal reforms, trade dynamics, and investment decisions are redefining business opportunities across Nigeria and beyond, whether it's housing, agriculture, trade, or finance. Souk Business Landscape connects the dots, turning data into insight and insight into direction. Welcome once again this Monday morning. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Good morning to you, Lumide.
Good morning, Priye. Good morning. It's a brand new week. They say if Monday does not get you excited, like I always say, change your job. Welcome to Souk Business Landscape.
Yes, he's always saying that if Monday doesn't excite you, change your job. But not if you're making $1 million, whether in 3 months or, or 6 months in the year. Well, we are not alone. We're talking about dollars. We have Amin Mukhtar, who's joining us from the United States. Good morning to you. Amin, are you there?
Good morning, sir.
Good
yes,
morning
sir.
to you. Great. So we hope our time is going to afford us the luxury of talking about the 40th day shutdown in the United States and how it has been impacting the economy, because I think it's our last story. So even if we are going to have to make way for other stories for us to entertain that one, we are going to do that so we can get first-hand update from you. I hope that is okay.
That's fine, sir. I look forward to it.
Great. Thank you so much. Now, let me intimate you further with what we will be doing today. First, we will consider housing, where the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors highlighted that corruption and inefficiencies in the housing and financial sectors are crippling Nigeria's mortgage system, making home ownership unattainable for most citizens. Secondly, Farmers Association are disputing government claims that rising production is driving down food prices, arguing instead that the price drop is seasonal and not evidence of sustained productivity growth. And thirdly, the federal government is negotiating a new $500 million World Bank loan to strengthen access to credit for micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises through FinClude project. We'll look at that story. Our fourth story will be on policy reforms and modest production recovery. Nigeria's earnings from crude oil and gas fell by over 824 billion naira in 2024, underscoring persistent fiscal challenges. We'll also take a dive into oil and gas, where despite having major refineries under construction, Nigeria remains a top importer of refined products. with UK refined oil exports to Nigeria surging 62.8% in 1 year. Our seventh story will also look at major refineries under construction. Nigeria remains a top importer of refined petrol products with UK. And the surging market, yes, I informed you about that. And finally, President Donald Trump is proposing a $2,000 payment to Americans funded from tariff revenues. Wow, a populist idea that ties trade policy to direct income redistribution. This is an act I think the government of Nigeria should copy, but a lot of people would say, hey, when subsidy was removed, the subnational government became richer because the federal government gave them more money. But does that translate into, or does it trickle down to the people, at the grassroots? That's a question for us to answer. I think we should borrow a leaf from the Donald Trump administration. Those are the stories we hope to achieve within the time that we have on this program. But let's go on a break briefly, and when we come back, we hit the ground running. Just stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is Souk business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now let's jump into our first story. The Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors, NIQS, has raised alarm over widespread corruption in Nigeria's housing and financial sectors, warning that it is severely weakening the mortgage system and pushing home ownership out of reach for many citizens. Speaking at a press briefing in Lagos to mark the Institute's Golden Jubilee, the Secretary General of the General Secretary, Aziz Ayodabo, said the federal government must urgently review and reform mortgage policies to address systemic corruption and inefficiencies. Ayodabo noted that despite various housing schemes and financial interventions, a majority of Nigerians still struggle to access affordable mortgage financing. He emphasized that without decisive action to clean up the system and implement transparent processes, the dream of owning a home will remain elusive for millions. He called for stronger regulatory oversight and collaboration between public and private stakeholders to rebuild trust and improve accessibility in Nigeria's mortgage framework. First of all, I have come across Olumide and Mr. Mukhtar. The Nigerian mortgage system, I don't think this is a recent development. It had been like this for the past 2 decades. And for those who are at the lower echelon of the Nigerian civil service, either at the subnational level or the federal government, cannot build a house after spending 35 years or 30 years. I don't think they can do that through the Nigerian mortgage system, because very few people, and there are litany of examples, and my perspective is coming from a lot of civil service that I've met who have spent that number of years that I mentioned, and the way and manner they came about owning their own houses was without the input of any mortgage bank in Nigeria. And when they did it through association, some of them, in fact, a very reliable case is a vast land somewhere in Mowe Ibafo. And these were lands that were bought by association of academic and non-academic staffs in universities here in Lagos, Nigeria.
Yes.
And they bought those vast land from the community. Then they distribute it to the members in the association who can pay a certain amount of money within a specific period of time. So that by the time they are almost done serving the government, whether 35 years, 10 years to the end, or some of them who have other sources of income, they are able to pay for the land and build. They did that without any mortgage assistance from contribution they made, and from that cooperative, they were able to build their own houses. And when you look at the houses that were built, you know that there's complete absence of government support. And when you look at the quality, you know that there are complete absence of government support or from institutional backing like the mortgage system. And you begin to ask yourself, we need to make the civil service an attractive place for young minds who are leaving the school system to work, because these are brains that are in tune with current development and the current technology that is at work in the space. Not only that, those in the private sector, maybe they use mortgage systems. And if they were able to do that, it had become a privilege for those who are at the top echelon, those who can afford it, those who are rich. Because if you look at those who are at the grassroots level, who do not earn lots of money, and they want to own their own houses, they can't even pay their mortgage. And if by luck or by chance they were able to erect their own building before they retire from work, because when they retire, they've spent all their productive years working either for the government or in the private sector. And it is very, very good and ideal that they have a home to retire to. If they do not have a home to retire to, it's going to be disastrous at that elderly or old age to be paying rent. Now, in the case where they are unable to do that, they resort to seeking help from their children, who might just be starting or in their mid-20s and have a lot of responsibilities on their table to develop and build their family. So as a young man of 25 or in late 20s, early 30s, your responsibility in Nigeria, sometimes it goes across to your younger ones, your community, especially your elderly parents. So, and if we do not take care of this, the ripple effects is way beyond more than we can calculate.
All right, so let's address what's lacking here. You've rightly mentioned a whole lot, corruption and transparency. I'm glad that the NIQS are coming out, to make this statement known and make it public, because when you look at allocation of housing units and mortgage funds, it often goes to the wrong recipients. I mean, there is access inequality. That is basically mortgage schemes benefit higher income and politically connected people. Another problem is weak mortgage infrastructure. It's sometimes rudimentary. Institutions may not even have long-term funding. And let's also look at Lagos State, for instance. Now, you're talking about just the civil service. And we all know that the civil service cannot even cater for all Nigerians. They can only employ a fraction of the population. So which means just a fraction might benefit from what we call this mortgage. And the private sector now, seeking mortgage, the terms might be even higher than how you would request for it in the civil service. You might have some certain incentives, some certain
housing
allowances and all that. What is the cost of building a house these days, and where? Different locations bring about different money. You and I were here when one of our colleagues was saying he has a property to sell of $25 million, and I shouted $25 million in Victoria Island. Now let's take away Victoria Island. Let's say in the axis of the Kurudus, the
Abule cheap in the Kurudu area.
Yes. We're not even coming to the island. Let's leave the island for the upper middle class and the higher class. I'm talking about the average citizen, probably in the Kurudus and all that. Now, you want to access, buy a house, buy a property. Probably, if you negotiate well, you might get it for 20 to 30 million. I'm talking of just maybe 2-bedroom bungalow. something like that. How long is it going to now take you? You have 30 years. That's if you're in the civil service. You have 30 years or 35 years. 30 years or before you become 60, whichever comes first. So let's say 30 years to pay that, which means if you get a house of maybe 20 million or 30 million, you have to be paying
a millionaire every year.
Assuming that you started the first year you
got employed.
You got employed. Now, assuming in a year you're able to make maybe 300,000, you can kick back or save 100,000, and in a year you have about 1.2. That is for a single man with no responsibility, no wife, no family. So I'm trying to explain some of the things that might negate people even accessing mortgages. Because when you think about the responsibilities you have, you now begin to wonder that how is it even possible? That's why a lot of people resort to illegal means of getting, bribery, corruptions, and all that, because they want to make a lot of money so that they can take care of their family, they can build houses, they can do so many things. So I remember a relative of mine, she was working in the civil service, and they allocated an apartment to her. And at a point, the apartment was up for sale for about 6 million. Now, at that point, she did not have 6 million. She had to go and borrow. No, she had to sell her car, first of all. And she had to borrow money to raise that initial 2 million. Then the 4 million will be spread. So that was how she was able to get it. But it was not easy.
She was
at a point.
6 million?
Yes.
When was that?
This is years back. At a point, she wanted to sell the property. She got someone. Now, she got someone in the ministry who said, okay, I am going to bring someone to buy this apartment, but the amount I sell it belongs to me. So if, for instance, you are selling it 20 million and I sell it 50 million, I'm only giving you
your 20 million.
And you will state it there. That,
in the agreement.
Yes, in the agreement. So she backed out. So these are some of the things that, but luckily now, mortgages, where I'm going to is federal mortgages, they do actually do work, because at a point she now ran to the mortgage bank. And they came in and they were able to offset that 4 million, and they were now deducting it from her salary. So this is a rare case of someone who was just she said, yeah, it was grace and and all that. So so I'm saying that it's not as if it doesn't work. It works. But how many people have been lucky to get this kind of financial help? So I think that, first of all, I'm not looking at the federal government this time around. I'm looking at the state government, because just like you rightly said in your introduction, the federal government, we've increased in our allocation. The subnationals are getting more money. So they should be looking into affordable housing. Partner with the private sector. We have so many land developers all around the place. We have joint ventures. We have people who are doing joint venture right now is what is even people are doing now, whereby you acquire a land from the owner, you strike an agreement, you develop it, and you let it out. You can so federal government, or rather state government, can partner with developers. Let's look for low-cost housing. If it's a one-bedroom flat, two-bedroom flat, not something too fancy, not a luxury suite, like they always say. Just something simple, moderate, that if people can, access, then you spread it out. I think that
within a specific period. Yes, Mukhtar, we're coming to you, and your perspective of what you know concern about the mortgage system in Nigeria, and probably can equally make comparisons like you normally do with advanced climes and some of the policy direction that we can also adopt here to make it a smooth process for anyone who have even the preliminary, who can meet the preliminary conditions to go into that process so they can have houses when they are done expending their productive years working for either the private sector or the civil service.
Okay, thank you very much. So, first, the mortgage system is a borrowed system from the Western world. And the basis, something that we usually miss as a people is, for example, in the advanced world now, the mortgage bank, they ask you for your household income. So for things like this, they are not looking, they don't expect you as a single man to want to buy a house, except if you are in certain fields, like you're a medical doctor or a lawyer, this high-paying profession. But if you're a regular person, like a civil servant, they ask you for your household income because they expect that you have a partner and you pull your income together, right? The Western world, the system works because it's designed in such a way that nobody makes too much money. Everybody just make enough money to get by, right? So normally, an average person will not be able to get a mortgage by himself, except he has a partner and they put their income together. So the mortgage bank will ask you, what is your household income? That means, what's your paycheck with you and your partner? And that's how you qualify for mortgage. They look at your income, then they ask you to put down, 5%, 10%. In America, the way the government has been able to come in is to now say, okay, if you are a first home buyer, instead of putting down 10% of the value of the house that you want to buy, we will guarantee your loan by allowing you to put down 3%. That means we'll tell the bank that is guaranteeing you're giving you the loan to say, take 3% from this person. If the default will come in a way to cover it, because the reason why the financial house is asking you for 10% is to be sure that you are financially capable to carry on the loan for 30 years, for the term that you are taking it. So it's like a criteria, and it's for you to contribute to be sure that you can afford what you are trying to buy. So you are trying to buy a 100 million naira house, for example, bring 10 million so that we know that you are not going outside of your power. And then they want to see your household income. So they want to see what you are earning, and then they look at the viability of your employment to be able to pay for the rest of your time. But if we bring it back in Nigeria now, our culture does not really support family putting resources together in that manner. Everybody, husband and wife, they do their things separately. Most families in Nigeria, they might be living together, but if you look at the documents of their house, it's usually the man's name alone. And then maybe if the woman has a property, it's going to be in her own name too. So we love to say we are big on family, but maybe we are not big on trust. Not too many families will you find husband and wife investing together in this part of the world. And that is hindering us in mortgage, I tell you for free, because it is a business. And when it is a business, they have to look at the viability of getting their money back. It's a loan. It's like, we'll pay for the house in advance, then you be paying back the money to us, and the house is your collateral. So when you default, we can sell the house and get our money back. But it is even stressful to start looking for buyer when you default. So they don't want you to default. So they prefer when they see payment slip from two people rather than one person. So the husband is earning this, the wife is earning this. So they look at it that, okay, so even along the line, if one of you lose their job, the other person can carry on the mortgage, while whoever lost their job can catch up later. So these are some of the things that we need to look at, why mortgage works better in the Western country. A large percentage of the mortgage loan in advanced country is usually for household, two people, husband and wife. Is usually that, not on rare occasion is it a one person that is taking mortgage. Now, The second problem that we have is high interest rates. In Nigeria, the mortgage interest is between 20% to 30%, which is the normal interest that commercial banks give loan for other things too. And it is understandable because the bank is running on investment mostly from diaspora. They are running their business with dollars from investors in abroad. So the higher the risk, the higher the interest. So if you want to get a foreign investor to come and invest, and he sees how unstable our currency is, how unstable the economy is, you have to guarantee him a higher return on investment because the risk is higher. So that is the reason why the money market in Nigeria is so expensive, giving out loan. Because we know, so they are telling their investors, oh, bring this dollar. And the bank that is doing the business, they know the value of the naira can drop at any time. So if you are not charging enough interest to be able to give your investor return on investment, they won't bring their money to Nigeria because the investment will not be attractive to them. Now, we're talking about government building low-cost housing.
Yes.
Not only that, yes, government needs to do that. I remember a few weeks ago on this program, we talked about it. And I say part of the problem that we have in Lagos, which is transportation and high traffic, is because in high-brow areas like VI, Ikoyi, they are not low-income housing. And I argue that New York is the financial capital of America. And in the high-brow areas, the richest neighborhood, government still puts low-cost housing, low-income housing for people to live. So they don't have to be traveling from one part of the city to another. Lagos State has development all over Lagos, in VI, in Lekki as well. But all their developments are for the rich people. They overlook the low-income people. Government is not supposed to segregate. So you don't necessarily need to sell these houses to these people. Build 2,000, 3,000 units and rent to people because VI is the commercial center of Lagos, right? But you have low-income people that oil that commercial sector. You have people that are security, that are drivers. The wealthy people cannot live alone without these people. So you have to make provisions for them so they don't have to travel 2 hours back and forth. So government needs to do that because if government build low-cost housing and they are to sell, no matter how cheap it is, everybody cannot be able to afford. So you have to do low-cost housing where people just rent directly from the government at cheap prices and they qualify by their pay slip that show that they are low-income earners.
Thank you very much, Mukhtar. Now, before we leave this conversation about housing and the mortgage system in Nigeria, let's briefly touch on creating awareness. In fact, one thing I know is that whenever you are changing jobs or you got employed in a new company, you're leaving your job to another job, one thing that you see is that most times you see bankers, either they are coming to you to try to sell some of their products, why you need to have your salary account with them, why you need to change your insurance, your pension account from the pension fund administrator, from one pension fund administrator to another pension fund administrator. Insurance companies are coming to sell. HMOs are equally coming to sell, and it's almost a beehive of activities. But one thing you never see, it's the mortgage banks. They don't come to sell their products. And I wonder why that seemed to be the problem. I wonder why that seemed to be the process, because most times it's as if Nigerians they are not aware. And if you look at the list, apart from the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria that seemed to be bailing the cat, or that is the colossus in that area, We have a litany, lots of other mortgage banks in there, but Olumide, we don't see them to even advertorials on television and radio. They are very, very rare. And we won't begin to ask the question and to question their existence, even though we see them on paper.
Well, just like Mukhtar said, how many people, he said that for you to access this mortgage bank, they are going to ask you to bring 10%. They are going to check your financial capability.
Your household income.
Your household income, to know whether you are actually viable, whether you can actually sufficiently pay these things. So if they do not see those things, I mean, no bank would want to offer you that kind of...
They have to let people know they exist first. Okay, probably they feel you should come to them. They are not to come to you.
Then again, I want to go to the private. I believe that the private sector can also, yes, it's quite... We are living in tough times, but I feel for the private sector, private individual who employs, this kind of opportunity should be available to his or her employees. Not just, I mean, if you do an investigation now, how many of these private organizations have HMO? How many of them have pension? Not to now talk of mortgages. But these are some of the benefits that an employee should actually enjoy, so that when the employee is being poached by another organization, there are certain things employees think before leaving a particular organization, the benefits that they enjoy. These are some of the things that make them stick back. When an employee knows that he has an obligation to fulfill some sort of like a mortgage, he will think twice before leaving that organization, because he knows that this organization has been there for me when in my time of need. Some organizations, they provide temporary accommodations for their employees. It's not their own, but they just make sure that there's a place, an apartment where they can lay their head and all that. So I believe that they can also go further. They might start with maybe 5 million, 10 million, thereabout, because, I mean, it's not all private individuals can afford to provide houses for each of their employees. So I understand that part. So, but all I'm saying is that they can also partner with this mortgage bank. They can partner with other developers, like Mukhtar said. Let's look for a low-cost housing, like that of, yes, now it's no more a low-cost housing. I'm talking about 1004. If you can have something like that replicated, whereby a building, a sky-rise of 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, affordable. You can even do rent to own. That's another opportunity. That's another avenue, rent to own. You are paying rent and you are also putting a down payment down to own it. In advanced countries, what people do, a friend of mine, what he did was he got a mortgage, he got a house, and rented some part of that apartment out. Now, the rent is going to take care of his mortgage. So he doesn't have to even lift a finger. Some people even do short-let. Well, it depends on what you agree with and all that. So there are so many avenues that people can actually do. We can do rent-to-own. We can do mortgages. Let the mortgage banks, let them come up with different things that are people-focused, that will meet the average citizen, not the elite. Not people who will bring, because, I mean, if I want to purchase a house of 50 million and they're asking me to bring 10%, that's 5 million. How much am I earning to be able to save up 5 million initial deposit before I can now continue to pay the rest? I mean, we have to also be realistic.
Yes. Okay, so now let's move on to our next story before we go on a break, and now move to agriculture, where farmers have, again, cautioned the over-optimism of food prices. The All Farmers Association of Nigeria, known as AFAM, and the National Apex of Cashew Farmers, Processors, and Marketing Cooperative have disagreed with the Minister of Agriculture's claim that rising local production is behind declines in food prices. AFAM President Kabir Ibrahim acknowledged that while prices have dropped, this is largely due to seasonal harvest rather than a structural improvement in the agricultural output. Excuse me. He stressed that unless farmers receive consistent government support, What exactly do you mean by consistent government support? The relief in prices may not last beyond the current harvest window. The cashew farmers group also warned that attributing the dip solely to increased production ignores deeper issues such as input costs, insecurity, and lack of mechanization. Both groups called for long-term strategy that includes access to finance, extension services, and infrastructure, saying that real food security requires more than temporary market trends. We can see the complaints coming from the cashew farmers and referring to the Minister of Agriculture by saying some of the gains that we've made cannot be, looked at just within. Their disagreement reveals the fragility of Nigeria's economy. While lower prices may seem positive for consumers, they can be deceptive when driven by short-term harvest cycles rather than genuine efficiency gain. High input costs, insecurity in rural areas, and limited mechanization continues to constrain productivity. From a business perspective, the lack of predictable government support discourages investment in large-scale farming and agro-processing. So when we talk about government support, we know that some areas where the government provides support or is deemed to be providing support or they anticipated some form of support from the government is the selling of fertilizers in subsidized amount and also sending agricultural extension farmers to intervene, to go to the agricultural communities to look at what they have and in what way and manner they can assist. And also, buying up some of these products from the farmers so that the lack of storage facilities that we currently have in the system will not lead to the, not only disruption, but destructions of the product that have been harvested. And the government, helps them to create not just the market, enabling them to have access to markets and transportation costs themselves by ferrying these goods from the rural areas in the farms down to the urban areas where they are needed. But before I come to you, Lumide, let me get Amin Mukhtar's perspective. Amin.
In Nigeria, I agree 100% with what the farmers are saying. In Nigeria, most governments do what I call cosmetic surgery, cosmetics policies, which are just policies that are good for the headline. They don't do structural policies that truly change the life of the people. They just do things that looks good on the headline. I'm a farmer myself. I harvested this week, even though I'm not around. And personally, I lost money to Ilorin West local government because earlier this year, we're trying to get their tractors to work on our farm. And they wasted about 6 weeks of our time with the bureaucracy after we paid to say, oh, the local government chairman is not around to sign out these tractors. And then later they say, okay, the chairman has signed, the accountant needs to sign for fuel that will fuel the tractors. Later they say they need to service it for 6 weeks. And when we call for refund because they were taking too long, because we have a limited window to plant to enjoy the rainy season, we don't have irrigation. So if we don't plant we're going to be stranded because it's going to stop raining and we will not be able to harvest. So when we call for refund, they have to take some money to say, oh, it's you that did not wait. So you have to lose some money to Ilorin West local government. And this is my personal experience. I have my receipts and all of that. So beyond that, in the same Kwara State where I come from, the governor left so many tractors in the government house till the middle of the year. He bought the tractors, he did photo ops for news, and then he left it in the government house so that anybody that comes to the government house will see that, oh, he is investing in agriculture. But if you buy tractors and the tractors are not working on the farms and you leave them in the government house, And that is what most governments are doing in Nigeria when they say they're investing in agriculture. They just buy a few tractors, take pictures, call media houses, and that is it. Our farms are still not safe. You and I know that. That is the norm. That's the basic. That is that's a threat to even the existence of farmers and agriculture in this country. Everybody that is a farmer in this country, every day your heart is in your mouth. When you wake up, you call your farm managers to say, "Have we been attacked?" That's the most difficult thing about investing in agriculture in this country. Every day you wake up, you call, you are not sure if you still have a farm. Every day. Not only that, you are not sure if they have killed people that you put in the farm. Every day you ask them to go and check the farm, it's almost like you are sending them to their deaths. That is the reality of it. I'm speaking as a Nigerian farmer. So state governments are not doing enough. Now, you are supposed to give cheap fertilizers every year. Federal government, state government, they roll out cheap fertilizer. But it's almost like it's government cronies that gets it and sell it in the main market. So people that have access, that are influencers, that know politicians, they get these cheap fertilizers, then they take it to the main market and sell it for the normal prices. So it's almost like it's a racket for the politically exposed people. Then there are seeds too. There are, not GMO, but there are seeds that yield faster and, through the Agric Research Institute. So there are certain seeds that government sells to farmers for faster yield and all of that, not necessarily GMO. It's been a thing even before the advent of GMO. That too, only few people have access to it. So there is a big bureaucracy and politicking around agricultural intervention. So government needs to do better. Food. I tell people that the advanced country, one of the things that people enjoy is cheap food. And is crazy that in America, they only produce 5% of what they consume. But somehow, through government intervention, food is very, very, very affordable for everybody, regardless of what class you are in the society. You can eat what a millionaire is eating in your house, not necessarily go to the restaurant to buy it, but you can go to the store, buy any kind of fish, buy any kind of meat, buy, to cook. They make food very, very, very cheap. Other than that, is a lot of stress. In my own opinion, the quality of life for average middle class in Nigeria is way better than abroad. But the food, everybody can, nobody's hungry. And what it just brings me back is the Yoruba adage that says, "Tí ebi bá kúrò nínú ìṣẹ́," like when you remove hunger from poverty, that's the end. And that is majorly what I see in advanced countries. So in bringing it back to Nigeria, the most thing that people are crying about is hunger. We are hungry. And we have the solution at the tip of our hand. Statistics have shown that 60% of our lands are arable and they are uncultivated. Now, the little ones that we are cultivating, we don't even have guarantee of our life and safety. And the crop. So I don't know what government is doing. I think first they should start by, banning open land grazing to secure the life of farmers and, stop politicking with cheap policies like access to tractors and other things. Make it easier for anybody to be able to have access to these machines. No politics, no bureaucracy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Olumide, your perspective.
Well, it's a whole lot. It's just a case of these farmers, they want to sell and make money. Who are they going to sell to? In large quantities and make money. you've rightly said some of the things that I wanted to say. Number one, the government can step in by providing subsidies for these fertilizers and also credit to fertilizers and mechanizations and seeds, especially to smallholders. Another thing that I think they can also do, which is germane, is insecurity. We have to also take care of that. Now, that aside, we can also look for, now, it's a good thing that we have this 30% value addition. And I think right now is the time that we need to start seeing it germinate, come into fruition. Because if we have local processing factories that can approach these farmers and get their crops in large quantities, it will take care of a whole lot of things. The farmers also can also make extra money, because right now they are selling directly. There's no middleman or middleman or whatever they call it. They are selling directly to the manufacturer and is buying in large. He can even go for that to say, okay, fine. In the next 7 to 8 months, you're going to harvest. Let me pay you up front, so that by the time the harvest comes, I get it directly. There's no issue. So the farmer is now relaxed, because now he has money in advance to take care of a whole lot of things in advance. He doesn't have to wait and struggle, borrow money, get credit to plant and harvest. And that has also already been taken care of. He just sits back, makes sure the crops are fine and they grow and germinate and they harvest, and he takes it. We also need storage facilities also, because whether we like it or not, sometimes when these things are available, rightly available, if they are not well stored, they become, they might get spoiled and all that. Yeah. So it's not just for the federal government also, it's also for the state government. Now, saying the Minister of Agriculture, what about the local government? What about the Commissioner for Agriculture?
I think the local government was what I mean was, making references to and how it lost some money to those local governments because of their way of misapplying bureaucracy.
But I'm saying that the local government are the ones closest
to the farming communities.
They know where these farms are. They know all these things. I feel a farmer will feel much more comfortable approaching a local government than approaching the minister or approaching whoever person. The local government, they know where these farms are. They know everything. They can send inspectors, monitor, provide some sort of subsidies for their community. If they start taking care of their own community, if local governments start taking care of their own community, the job of the commissioner and the Minister of Agriculture
becomes simple. You're still watching Soup Business Landscape. We're going to break shortly. And when we return, we shall be running regards to some other stories that we needed to talk about. And this show is going to take a whole different dimension. To stay with us.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Soup Business Landscape.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with Souk News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, Souk News TV.
To first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. It's Souk Business Landscape. Now, a brief little change. Olumide Shokoya had to leave, and we have John Oloruntobi who is joining us. John Oloruntobi is a lawyer. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Priya.
Yes.
Nice to be here.
Great. We have Amin also, Toby, who is joining us on the program this morning. We've been conversing before you came. Amin, John Oloruntobi is here, and he's a lawyer.
Good morning. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Amin.
Great. Now let's jump to our third story, and it's talking about oil and gas. Refined oil products accounted for 68.8% of the United Kingdom's total goods exports to Nigeria in the 4 quarters ending June 2025, surging to £1.5 billion, according to analysis coming from the Punch newspaper, citing official UK data. Now, the UK Nigerian Trade and Investment Fact Sheet published by the UK Department for Business and Trade revealed that refined oil exports rose by 62.8% compared to the same period a year earlier. Overall, the UK export to Nigeria reached £5.6 billion, marking a 12.3% increase, while Nigerian imports to the UK grew by 8.23% to £2.3 billion. This brought total bilateral trade between the two countries to £8 billion, up 11.1% or £793 million year on year. Analysts said that the figures highlight Nigeria's continued reliance on imported fuel and the UK's strategic role as a refined oil supplier, despite efforts to boost local refining capacity. Now, and Olorun Toby, the reason why I want to even make this remark is because recently Mr. President slammed a 15% tariff on imported fuel. Could it be maybe because the administration had a foreknowledge of this? And also, Dangote refinery that has come to solve lots of problems to make Nigeria less reliant on imported products. It looks like we still experienced the same thing from June 2024 to June 2025. I mean, if you look at the balance of trade from what the Punch newspaper analysis gave us business-wise between Nigeria and the United Kingdom, it's lopsided. We are at a loss. And we seem to be making gain. Is it too early for us to balance this out with the UK, or is it that the marketers themselves, now that they are going to be slammed 15%, do we see some form of level playing field between Nigeria?
So the figure that we're seeing right now is a very painful one. Tells a very painful story, and because of the complexity around the refinery system in Nigeria, everyone is trying to secure their own station to see how they can make money. We are experiencing a lot of difficulty moving forward. As a nation, we can't actually depend on exports. It's ridiculous. This is not about energy right now. This is about sovereignty of economic sovereignty.
Okay.
We can't keep exporting crude oil and then bringing it back times 3, times 10 of what we took out there. It affects the economy. And every time I say this, I say the economy is a very fragile substance. Whatever you do in the international space affects what you get locally. So we need to start looking inwards. Local refinery and how we manage the output, because it's not just to refine, it's not just to have this oil. It's about the structures, what we put around how we sell these products, on the international scale. I mean, look at the UK, for example. They don't have the oil we have, right?
They have refineries.
But they have refineries. It's okay to have, the refineries are, brains, infrastructures and all of that. We have these things as well too. You understand what I'm saying? Let's look inwards, and I feel like when we do this, it would help these numbers we are seeing, because it's a ridiculous one. It's a ridiculous one. Knowing fully well we are sitting on this resource ourselves.
Great.
So we need to look inwards.
I know you are beginning to put some thoughts together, like, okay, 15%, technology, infrastructure, capacity, Dangote, marketers in Nigeria, and I know you're coming up with something. So what's that thing you've been cooking?
I just quickly researched the oil production capacity of the UK, and I found out that they produce 500,000 barrels per day. Nigeria right now, we produce about 1.6 million barrels per day. That means we produce 3 times what they produce. And we are projected, the Mr. President's mandate is to produce 2.1 million barrels per day. And, so which means we have the capacity to even produce 4 times what they are doing. So the problem, and we are strategically positioned in Africa, and we have a domestic refinery now that can produce more than what we consume daily in refined products. Dangote refinery can now produce 70 million liters per day. Nigeria's current daily consumption of oil is 50 million liters per day. So if we look at the UK now, so if UK can be exporting that so much oil to Nigeria, that means that's a huge opportunity for us. I am very excited about Boa Refinery that is meant to come on stream by first quarter 2026. So, and then the Edo State's owned refinery. I hope there will not be politicking around it because it was started by the previous PDP administration and they have an APC administration. If the transition is smooth, which we hope, which is the benefit for us as Nigerians, that's supposed to come on stream first quarter 2026 too. So, and Tinubu, the present administration is slamming 15% tariff on imported finished petroleum products. All of this together is to encourage more investors to go into refining rather than just importing fuel with no value chain for our people. It doesn't employ our people. It doesn't strengthen our economy. It's not favorable to our currency. So we as a people, we should be thinking together as a collective for the growth of this country, for the revenue of this country, for the economic viability and strength of this country and our people. So if we have more refineries, we should look beyond just satisfying our local needs. We should now look into exporting to the countries of the world. The UK, for example, they make, like I said, they don't make as much oil as we do the crude oil, but they have refineries. They have to even import crude oil to refine to send to destinations like Nigeria. So it's a shame on us, and we have so many oil fields that is even untapped. There is oil field in Ondo State, there is in Lagos State, there is in so many places that we need investments. So if we bring all of these things together, we might even be producing up to 3-4 million barrels per day. So we need investment, more investment in the private sector, and we need to encourage the government to continue the reform they've been doing in that sector, to continue to encourage investors to come and invest in that sector.
Thank you so much. If you look at the analysis you gave, I completely agree with that. For me, I can't just wait for other refineries to come on stream, and I believe that when they do that, then it can now be a very, very good, more level playing field for the 15% that the government had slammed. Not only that, but one question these people might ask is that we will be able to have, produce the amount of crude that as a country we will give to Dangote, we'll give to Boa, we'll give to Edo Refinery, we'll give to Warri Refinery, River State Refinery, Kaduna Refinery, and other modular refineries. And as a country, able to supply our foreign clients the channel through which we'll be earning hard currency in dollars to meet our obligation as far as our budgets are concerned. If we'll be able to do that. I'm not asking that question so you can answer it. I'm just making a rhetorical statement because I don't want us to spend more time, and I want us to look at this issue about President Donald Trump and the story I told, we are going to be looking at. Now, this is it. The United States President Donald Trump has reiterated his proposal to distribute a $2,000 dividend to most Americans funded by revenue from tariff imposed on imported goods. In a post on his Truth Social platform on Sunday, Donald Trump claimed that the United States is taking in trillions of dollars from tariffs and suggested the money could help pay down the country's $37 trillion debt. He argued that tariff income has created room for a direct financial reward to the citizens of the United States. The proposed payout, according to Trump, would exclude high-income earners and serve as a reward for America's trade success. While the idea has drawn interest among some supporters, economists warn that such a plan could face serious fiscal and political hurdles. Critics also caution that the increased tariffs often result in higher consumer prices, potentially offsetting any benefit from such a dividend. Yes, I mean, please, kindly let us know the genesis of this. Okay, I think we all know the genesis of this, but the impact, economy-wise, in the United States, and maybe a comparison with what the Tinubu administration did by targeting vulnerable and very, very poor households in Nigeria after removing fuel subsidy to give out some form of money for temporary sustenance to give it, a cushion, to cushion the effect of the subsidy removal. Please.
The Trump's policy, the thoughts behind it, the reason why he came up with that policy is genuine, because industries have been leaving America for a very, very long time. But in the recent time, a lot of companies have left America. I mean, American companies, but they've left America to go to other countries for cheaper labor and, other production components that is more favorable than America. But they still sell to the American market, which is similar to what we have in Nigeria. Everybody loves the Nigerian market because it's over 200 million people, but not enough people want to produce in Nigeria and employ Nigeria. So America is going through that. For example, the biggest company in America is Apple, the mobile phone producer. But they don't, their headquarters is in California, but they produce in China. So meaning this trillion-dollar company employ 70% Chinese because their factory is in China. So what they have in America is just where they design the software. So they employ lesser people in America. And this is what Trump is fighting, because right now, America now have more unemployed people than available jobs. So it means people are going to be, is inevitable, people are going to be unemployed. That is a fact. So he is trying to bring back these jobs, especially companies that depend on the buying power of Americans. Like if you want to sell to Americans, come and site your factory here. That is why he started with the tariff. But as it worked, no, it was a policy somersault, because the same people that you are trying to protect, that you are trying to get jobs for, are the same people that this tariff are going to be pushed to. What do I mean? If you say if China wants to bring anything to the country, they have to pay 100% tariff. They are going to pay it. And that is going to be a cost component of the product, which make up the price. So eventually, it's still the Americans that are going to pay the tariff that you are charging them. So, and that is happening because there has been inflation everywhere in America, and it is evident. A few weeks ago, about 2 weeks, 7 million Americans were protesting on the streets across the 50 states in America because of inflation and other unfavorable government policy. So, and in New York, for example, the New York governor gave a check of $200 to every taxpayer. They call it inflation relief, a $200 check. I hear some even higher taxpayer got even higher check. So it means the government, they are acknowledging that there is inflation and there is hardship because of this tariff policy. Grocery prices has gone up astronomically because America only produce 5% of the food that they consume. So, for example, the agriculture is not something that you can force people to come and produce in America because there is no enough favorable weather and favorable arable land to cultivate. So, but this tariff is affecting grocery prices too. And, he has another immigration policy that is sending undocumented people back to their country. And the farming population in America is mostly immigrants. So that policy has also affected the food production as well. So there is a lot of policy somersaults in the Trump administration, and that is why he wants to send out checks to people because it's fast becoming unpopular. And the midterm election is coming. And the midterm election is going to determine what the rest of his administration is going to look like. Because if the Republican lose in the coming midterm election, it means the rest of his administration is going to be rough because it's going to be very difficult to pass any bill, any policy, any budget through the House. So he needs to do something fast with the check that he's sending. And part of the statement that he's been making about protecting the white people in South Africa and protecting the Christians in Nigeria is part of his strategy to strengthen his MAGA base, because his MAGA base, his supporters, they are mostly people that are, there is a Christian base there. There is the white, extreme white base and the general. So he's been trying to strengthen his base against the midterm election that is coming. And I believe that this check is connected to the midterm election. This is, in my own opinion, an advanced way of buying votes ahead of the midterm election. And because it's fast becoming unpopular, if the 7 million people protest in the past few days is anything to go by.
Thank you so much, Amin, for breaking that down. Now, I have a few comments to make, not just concerning what you said, but by way of policy and some of the companies that you said, one of the biggest American companies that have actually left America for places like China, and some of the contributions that they promised the earlier part of 2025. But before I do that, let me just get a quick few words from Toby.
Just like Aminu said, this is a test on the people of America. It's also a very bold step from Trump. I'll call it a bold populist idea. And what this will do is, as much as tariffs can be used as revenue generation scheme or platform, it's also a short term, and this can actually have a drastic effect on the economy of America. So, citing the example, Aminu said, Apple, for example, bases in California, they produce from China. Now, the middle class pays for this. So there's going to be a push on what the goods or the price on goods would be like. So if this is implemented, then just understand that this will test the American inflation resilience at this very crucial period.
Great. From that, I also want to say the American government is making $2,000. Yes, Amin said it's quite strategic. That is not bad. But the thing I want our government in Nigeria and in Africa to get is that targeted taxpayers. They are the ones that will be getting, you said about taxpayers that are getting $200. So most likely these $2,000 are going to be going to taxpayers because there's a condition. There'll be a condition. And maybe the Nigerian government should adopt same. Yes, and that would mean that we, in our tax administration policies, we want to make sure that individual tax, TIN, tax identification number must, become very, very crucial and to government disbursal to Nigerians, even by way of, giving out some form of welfare package to the people so that Nigerians can put more attention and focus that they need to pay tax and they don't need to evade the tax. But let me come to you again. About February this year, Apple promised the Trump administration they will be investing $500 billion. Yes, $500 billion in local manufacturing activities in order to provide to provide about 20,000 jobs for Americans because, like you rightly said, they went, their factories and their hubs are somewhere in China, so they are busy creating jobs for the Chinese citizens, and while they are an American company. So they committed to that, and I dare say that it's not only Apple. We saw the founder of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, made his own promise to run it to more than $500 billion, and some other industrial rich giants companies in the United States made several of such promise to bring in production and manufacturing activities back into United States to create jobs for the United States citizens. Do you think before the end of the Trump administration, these are going to pay off, and the politics of business or the business of politics might affect the decisions of the ballot?
Okay, I'll start by saying a few years ago, CNN said, and I'm quoting, that Nigerians are the most educated ethnic group in America. Now, where am I driving at? So experts have said that beyond cheap labor, Americans do not have the skills that tech companies like Apple and Facebook need to operate. So it's beyond just cheap labor. So if you go back to my first statement, if Nigerians are the most educated group, so what does that tell you? What is the percentage of Nigerians in America? So some of these tech giants, they are going for the technical skills of certain people. Now, when Trump started the tariff against China, do you know that Apple went to India to set up a factory? Most of their new phones, they are from India. So I'm sure their investment in America is going to go a lot into technical training of the people. And as a Nigerian, too, we should start looking into that some of the jobs that we want, are we training our people to be able to take that job? How viable is the Nigerian education in the 21st century? Are we teaching the skills that we need as a people to survive in the 21st century? So we should start looking at that. So if giants companies in America are saying Americans don't have the skills to run a phone plant, so imagine what they will say about Nigeria. So it's not only about the government looking for investments to come to our country. We should be also preparing our citizens to be able to fit into these opportunities when they come. Dangote Refinery, for example, majority of the engineers there are not Nigerian engineers. They are from Indians and Chinese. They are from India and Chinese. Why is this? There are not enough well-trained petrochemical engineers in Nigeria. The few ones that are trained, they are trained without being trained on a working refinery. So what they know is just what they wrote in the textbook and the blackboard. They don't have real experience working in a refinery. And you can see what is happening with Dangote Refinery working less than 2 years or 3 years now. You can see universities in the UK sending their students to come and see the biggest single train refinery in the world. So our government needs to do better, not just in petrochemical engineering and all of these things. So that's to go back to the main story, that's the main problem with manufacturing in America. There are not enough skilled Americans to take up certain skilled jobs.
Thank you so much for your perspective. Let's wrapping up.
Yeah, just to chip in on what Amina said, preparation is very key. it's not about just having so many manufacturing companies. Do you have the skills? Do you have the manpower for these things? He mentioned Nigeria as well with regards to tech. I mean, I love what some of these guys are doing on Twitter, trying to get laptops for young people to be able to create awareness for tech education and all of that, because if you go to the UK, you'll see more of Chinese people working in very instrumental tech companies as students. But you see more of the African students in the care sector. So I don't know why that is. But there's a structure. The Chinese sponsor students abroad, put them, like you get sponsored into very key industries that drives the shall I say revenue generating system in the current century. So the government needs to we need to invest so much in skill acquisition, and this is what the US as a country, they are lacking. It's not just about the fact that shall I say Apple, they're trying to cut cost on the cost of manufacturing and all that, taking it to China and all of that. Manpower as well. The Chinese are doing so much with regards to skill acquisition, and that's what we need to look into, how to invest in the young people generally.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time with us this Monday morning. It's been a delight, having you on Soup Business Landscape each and every time you needed to appear. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
You're very much welcome. And I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News TV. A very good morning to you.
Good morning, Priya.
Yes,
good morning, everyone. Have a wonderful day as well.
Yeah.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name, an index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. This unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled. Being an offspring of Dantata, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented the inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to its holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion Africa fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Center Force Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain, him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Sterling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced a move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors, effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. he gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets, and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Hello and welcome to another episode on Cashcraft, the show that helps you see business where others see problems. Today, we're talking about plastic waste recycling, a hustle that's turning pollution into profit. Without taking much of your time today, let's dive straight into it. We start with the steps. Step 1, start with collection. Plastic is everywhere. Sachets, bottles, packaging. But for business, PET bottles are gold. Start by partnering with waste pickers, shops, schools, or run your own buyback point. Now you're going to offer incentives. It could be 100 naira per kilogram, depending on location and type. You need to do research on that actually. So once collected, bottles must be sorted by color and type. So you know, clean, clear bottles fetch more money. So pay attention. Let's go to step 2. Clean, crush, cash, nests. What am I talking about? Wash them, remove caps and labels, then crush or shred them into flakes using a plastic crusher. These flakes are what buyers, local or export, actually want. Now, clean, well-sorted flakes commands better prices. Think 200 to 350 naira per kilogram depending on quality. So with a semi-automatic line, you can process up to 1 ton daily. That's real volume and real money. Let's go to step 3. You need to know your market, your buyers, including local manufacturers or plastics textile companies. And even exporters, that's very important. You never can tell. Some flakes are shipped to India, China, Vietnam, or reused here in Nigeria to make buckets, chairs, or even new bottles. So let me give you a pro tip. You need to form relationships with aggregators or industrial buyers. And if you can process into pellets or fiber, your margins jump like boom. So step 4, add value, add impact. Don't just collect, create. Now some entrepreneurs now turn waste into tiles, paving bricks, and designer bags. I tell you, a lot is happening with recycling bottles. So you reduce plastic pollution and you add jobs while doing it. Step 5, learn the rules. This business is tied to regulations. So register with local waste authorities, and if you plan to export, get listed with NAFDAC or the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Now complying means credibility and access to big opportunities. Recycler, na bottle we dey see everywhere, gutter, road, market, but with correct machine, you fit make better money. The work dey stressful, but if you no lazy, e go pay. Of course, there are challenges: dirty waste, poor sorting, market fluctuation. Sometimes power supply slows down operations, but where others see nuisance, you should see niche. It's a dirty business with clean money. So here is your takeaways. Plastic recycling isn't just about helping the environment. It's a smart hustle. It's scalable, impactful, and already reshaping communities. From bottle to bank account, plastic is profit if you know the game. And I am Grace Komalafe. I'm here reminding you that waste is only waste when you waste it. Until next time, keep crafting your cash.
Science and peace stand as twin pillars of global harmony. While science unlocks mystery, advances life through innovation, peace, on the other hand, provide the calm soil where discovery blooms. They transcend nations, bridge divides, and light the path toward unity, progress, and a future where knowledge serves humanity and hope prevails over conflict. International Week of Science and Peace is an annual observance formally recognized by the United Nations General Assembly in 1988, following its successful inception as non-governmental initiative in 1986 during the International Year of Peace. Celebrated between November 9 and 15, the observance underscores the crucial role of science and technology in promoting global peace, security, and sustainable development. It emphasizes the interconnection between scientific advancement and the maintenance of peace, advocating for the ethical and peaceful application of knowledge so that progress in science serves humanity's collective good rather than contributing to conflict. The week aims to raise public awareness about the link between science and peace, fostering dialogue among scientists, policymakers, and the general public. By promoting international cooperation in science as a shared public good, the observance addresses root causes of global conflicts such as poverty, inequality, environmental degradation, and health crisis. It also highlights how ethical research, shared knowledge, and innovation can help achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 16. Peace, justice, and strong institutions, reinforcing that science, when guided by human values, can be a force for peace, justice, and progress. This annual observance provides a critical focal point for governments, academic institutions, and NGOs to organize activities, including conferences, workshops, and educational programs that explore how scientific and technological progress can bridge divide, enhance mutual understanding, and prevent conflict. By affirming the principles of the UNESCO recommendation on science and scientific researchers, the week serves as a timely reminder of the scientific community's ethical and social responsibilities, pushing the transparency, accountability, and respect for human rights in all scientific endeavors. Ultimately, the International Week of Science and Peace demonstrates that the greatest potential of science is realized when it is intentionally harnessed for the construction of a more peaceful and sustainable future for all. Praise Matthias, Sook News TV.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Zik to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio till 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the Sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 2nd class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the 1st cabinet in the 1st Republic, the 1st ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's 1st information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's 1st information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's 1st ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. Their decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youth can help do that. In the interim, why they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Drop makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than her indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Born Bilikisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me
My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from about age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what, I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an audit trainee at Akintola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work. I did well. They offered me permanent employment, but I said, thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just months before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Sokor Chair Center Limited following a venture merger with Sokor SA and Guarantee Trust Bank in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Sokor SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to note that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the Board of Trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigerian PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awosika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Ilupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awosika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye, Ndidi Okuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
In the heart of Africa's growing hospitality landscape, where service and professionalism go hand in hand, the Hotel Managers Conference Africa 2025 unfolded in grand style. Held on the 28th and 29th of June at the Lagos Continental Hotel, the 2-day gathering welcomed top hospitality professionals, experts, students, and stakeholders from across the continent. Hosted by Sunday Olubenga Omotayo, the conference was a celebration of growth, excellence, and the power of local talent.
Welcome to Lagos. Welcome to Africa. Welcome to the future of hospitality. In this room, it is strong and brilliance of Africa's hospitality industry. Professionals who have turned challenges into success, created unforgettable guest experiences, and achieved measurable growth. You are not here by chance. You are here because you recognize that the hospitality landscape is evolving faster than ever. What worked 5 years ago may be obsolete today. But those in this room don't just keep up with change. You lead. Talk to someone, you lead. This is more than a conference. It's a movement. A movement to raise the standard of African hospitality and prove that we don't just follow global trends,
event's impact was the presence of Femi Wash Limited, whose media subsidiary, Sook News Television, served as the official media partner, offering live coverage, red carpet interviews, and podcast sessions that amplified the voices and stories shaping the industry. One of the event's high points was a series of insightful keynote sessions that tackled key challenges and emerging trends in hotel management. Professor Wasiu Babalola, SVP Africa at Content Worldwide Hotels, Turkey, and Academia with Atiba University, Oyo State, Nigeria, shared a thought-provoking address. Ahmed Raza, District Director, Nigeria, Radisson Hotel Group, shared insight on hospitality in Africa, driving excellence through local talent, highlighting the importance of investing in indigenous professionals for long-term growth. Dr. Belinda Nwosu, FIH of Lagos Business School, also gave a powerful talk on the future of hospitality, integrating global standards to drive excellence. Other speakers included Dr. Michael Pinda, General Manager of JS Signature Hotel, and Dr. Iyaduni Badebo, Director of Sales and Marketing at Eco Hotels and Suites, who contributed to discussions on hospitality development across the continent.
It's a pleasure to be here. Every one of you in this room, you are a gift. Thank you for the work that you do. A round of applause for yourself. Talk about the future of hospitality. The future is already here, like Brenda has told us. But what are we going to do on our own part to be part of that future? Global standards to deliver excellence. These global standards, we need to understand what they are and how they impact us as people and managers. So the first question I want to ask, and I want a response. If your hotel fails, who's to be fired first? I've had some very powerful insights that I want to share with you. Because at the end of the day, yes, we want to be global, but we need to look within as well. What is it that needs to change? So some of these insights, so here, 5 nuggets. One is leadership development. We're going to talk about that. Networks and sponsors. Global currency, very, very important. Personal integrity. The fact that I put it forth doesn't mean it's not the most important. And finally, human flourishing. I will speak about that.
Event has been very good. It's growing every year. It's becoming dynamic, and the one place you have to come to every year to see what's going on, to network, and to help yourselves in your careers. We need to look at the future of our industry, and sustainability is important.
This event is, I would cap it as a storytelling of Nigerian hospitality. Started with various events in different parts of the country, and now it has now metamorphosed into Hotel Managers Conference Africa. So we're here to tell the story of the African hospitality sector. It's been an awesome experience. Sincerely, from yesterday we had the keynote speaker, Dr. Belinda from Lagos Business School, and she spoke quite a lot, and what actually still triggers in me is team strength and individual strength. And then today we now had Dr. Duni, who from Eco Hotel, Director of Sales and Marketing, and she spoke about storytelling.
My first time was last year, and this is my second time of attending HMC, and I can tell you for free, it's been very insightful. I want a situation whereby the hospitality industry will not be a dump of where anybody can just venture into. I want it to be a place where people that know their onions dive into the system.
Coming here today, I discovered that there is a whole lot to learn, and I've been learning. But what has really amazed me is the fact that Mr. Benga has been able to put this together and to ensure that there is no competition amongst hoteliers, but a synergy, and for people to work together to see that the hospitality business in Nigeria and in Africa is projected to the outside world.
Being here, I think it's a wonderful thing. Hopefully we can expand it to other African countries and just unitedly just bring Africa up.
We're not just here tonight.
Okay.
We are actually the head sponsor.
Nice.
So we didn't just come in first. It was a big one, so we just had to take the bull by the horn.
You want to do this again and again?
Yes, most definitely. HMC has come to stay already, and HMC is actually a big one. So, yeah, why not?
The event also marked a significant milestone for students of the Hotel Managers School, who received certificates after completing their training, symbolizing a new generation of skilled professionals ready to shape the industry.
The event has been a very impactful event. It has been a very knowledgeable event. It has been an event that we need to even have it for a week long to carry on for 1 week, because it has been an event that a lot of things have been taught here, especially when I listen to the presentation of the keynote speaker, somebody like Dr. Belinda. Dr. Belinda talked so much about the hospitality, and she shed more light of some things that we have been neglecting without knowing that that's what has been. So this event has been so much impactful, and we listened to Dr. Panda speak, and it has been so much impactful, and all the speakers for this event, they have shared knowledge.
The 7th edition of Hotel Managers Conference has been remarkable. It's been educating, informative, and transformative. And it's just been a wow. And a big shout out to the organizer, the convener, Mr. Lugbenga Sunday Ombatayo, the veteran consultants.
This is my second time in this event, and I am very, very happy to be here, because here it's an avenue to express and get more experience, especially in the hospitality industry. We believe in growth, and I want to see the hospitality growing from this level to the next level.
So we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn. We've been into hospitality for years, so we know things have been evolving, things have been changing, so we are here to learn, to relearn, and to unlearn.
Why we are both here is because hospitality is a very vast industry. So we see it as something that can improve us on what we are doing on our business, how to relate with people, then to network with the employers of labor, I mean the owners of the hotels, because we give them more work and we do businesses with them. And sincerely, at the conference, I've learned a lot. We've learned a lot, because when we got home, we always do briefing on it. So after the briefing, I saw so many things, and even up till now, we're still learning on it.
Okay, so this is my first time at the conference, and it was honestly a great experience. I am enthusiastic about the numbers. I'm happy about the number of people that want to actually get trained in hospitality, as it's a problem that's actually plaguing the industry. We need to invest more in training, and we need to ensure that people that can't even afford this training have the funding they need to access it.
Rounding off the conference were photo sessions and award presentations, recognizing exceptional individuals and organizations for their contributions to hospitality. The night concluded with a vibrant gala evening where guests, graduates, and industry leaders gathered to celebrate, connect, and look ahead to a more collaborative and innovative future for hospitality in Africa. Grace Komolafe, Souk News TV.
When conversations around figures, I mean money, flies around, serious-minded and business-conscious people will at every point open their eyes because business ideas and opportunities can come up even at a bar. But for us, we are bringing you business ideas to your doorstep. And today I am saying welcome to Cashcraft, where we share with you tips on making money. We dig into the ordinary things around us, things we pass by daily, never knowing they could be our next income stream. My name is Grace Komolafe, and today we are stepping into the world of charcoal. Not the one you fan under your suya or barbecue, but the one that's quietly building millionaires, fueling export earnings, and heated up markets from Lagos to places like Nairobi. In the smoky corners of rural villages, behind the crackles of burning logs, lies a black treasure, charcoal. It may not glitter, but don't be fooled. Charcoal is hot business, literally and financially. Now, before you turn up your eyes thinking it's dirty work for tired farmers, I want you to pay a close attention because this is business, not bush talk. Charcoal is made by carbonizing wood, burning it slowly in a low oxygen environment to remove moisture and volatile compounds, leaving behind a high carbon energy packed fuel. It's used in households, restaurants, bakeries, foundries, and exported in tons out of Africa to Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Straight to the numbers, according to data from the International Trade Center, Nigeria exports over 400,000 tons of charcoal annually. That's millions of dollars flowing into an industry that, up until now, barely makes the headlines. Charcoal ranks among Nigeria's top 10 non-oil export commodities, and guess what? The market is growing, especially with the rise in demand for natural and organic heating fuel abroad. But how can you, yes you, tap into this business? So here are tips from top to bottom. Step 1, know your entry points. The charcoal business is wild. You can be a producer, cutting and burning the wood, a distributor, buying from villages and selling to cities, or a transporter, a retailer, or even go big as an exporter. If you want to go into production, you will need access to hardwood species like acacia, mahogany, or shea. This burn longer and cleaner. And please, don't just cut trees anyhow. Get your wood legally and where possible. Support replanting. Illegal logging is the fastest way to lose your business before it. All right, let's go to step 2. Carbonize like a pro. Charcoal is made in kilns. While many still use traditional earth kilns, modern alternatives like the Casamance kilns or Adaman retort kilns produce better yields, reduce smoke, and are friendlier to the environment. A small investment in an improved kilns can double your output and your profit. Now, step 3, bag it right. Local sales, use 25 kg or 50 kg sacks. For export, your charcoal must be dry. dust-free and neatly packaged. Now, exporters deal in 20-foot or 40-foot containers, each holding up to 25 tons. So let's go to step 4. Know your market. If you're selling locally, look for suya sellers, grill restaurants, and food vendors. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, or Port Harcourt, and in Nigeria, charcoal sells fast, especially during festive seasons. Now, exporters, on the other hand, deal with buyers in Germany, UK, Belgium, Israel, UAE, and more. You will need a registered business and export license from NEPC and reliable logistics partners. That's very important, isn't it? So let's move to 5. Learn network. Grow. You need to network and you need to grow. The charcoal business is not enter and blow. No way. You need to learn the ropes. Join export forums, visit charcoal hubs in places like Oyo, Nasarawa, Kogi, and even Ogun State. Build relationships with local producers and study what foreign buyers want. And yes, think beyond just lump charcoal. There's briquette charcoal, eco-friendly, compressed charcoal made from agricultural waste, and that's the future. It's cleaner, greener, and already catching fire somewhere far off Africa. If you get small capital and you know road, this business they pay you. You fit load one truck and make better money. But customers and forest wahala, if it spoil your market, oh, so yes, there are risks. The government can clamp down on deforestation. Poor quality charcoal can ruin your reputation, especially with international buyers. Export delays, customs seizure, they are all real. But with knowledge, structure, and strategy, you can turn charcoal into gold. So here is your takeaways. Charcoal is not just for the poor man's stove. It's for the smart man's pocket. It's a hustle, a venture, a serious export commodity. And whether you start small or go global, it is very much a cash craft. Remember, this isn't professional investment advice. It's a spark, a mental wake-up call that opportunity is often found where people don't bother to look. Until next time, I am Grace Komolafe, and today, what did I do? I have actually helped you to turn smoke into substance on Cashcraft.
First of all, I may ask, who is 65 years old here? Some of us, we are not have the age. And some of us, we are above the age. We have to appreciate God's presence, keeping us long life and then prosperity. We see the day, it was so fantastic to us. So we are celebrating this in spite of the force. 65 years, you calculated day and time and hours. Over millions days, over million days. And then when we call about the years, then we know. So let's multiply 65 times 365. It gives us a long process. Now, if by grace of God you are around for 65 years, that is a good news for you. You have to take care of. Some did not have, some of us, we have it. So we have to appreciate, to celebrate. And moreover too, whatever we do, we have to thank God for His grace. Give us the opportunity to see the day today, to celebrate it with all ourselves. Whatever good or bad, we marry together and we formit ourselves the good Nigerians. That's the best thing to do. Yeah, surely we have the leaders. In everything in home, you have a leader. Father, mother, they are all leaders. And moreover too, they have to give us what it takes. And no, the child or not anybody cannot pass through parental aspect of it. So definitely we have leaders who can lead us for a better height. Now it's by prayer and supplication. We know a lot. The challenges are not what we're expecting, but at the same time, they meet us for 65 years. So we have to appreciate whatever they do. The point that I have to motivate and encourage them, whatever they do the right thing so that to get to the bottom of our children's generation to come. That's the most important. the fact that presently we are finding a lot of difficulties in the spirit that we have the leaders, where we have to look at it is most important, our education. And moreover, parental aspect of it to take care of the children at home, to know their values and whatever they are not worthy to that. So automatically there's no job creativity. That is one. Education was not going high. That two. Then automatically our medical sector was not quite okay. So they have to adjust to structure that area. Then they can move better for more. No, it is naturally. It's a many are called, but few are chosen. Some of us, we are leaders. Some of us, we are religious leaders. But along the line, our mindset is not working toward goal, what God has planned for our future. And moreover, too, we did not go to the right direction. The main fact that everyone have his own way of operating. Now, when you get to the Bible, there are a lot of things you can be able to quote, and you will see that most of us, we are interested in one particular area, not by godly. Particular, all of us have come short of the glory of God. Moreover, too, a Redeemer came to redeem us, probably if we have hope, and if we have trust in Him, therefore we can make things different. But the point is that, are we able to submit ourselves, then we can carry on the responsibility to make the world better tomorrow. Now, the government has to sit right, because probably they take a mandate and power, so they do not listen to anybody's advice. Moreover, too, they are not reading. They are all part of political issues based upon their mindset. And it's not today it was happening, because the Pharisees and Sadducees are doing it in the past many years. They are now trying to tune things and put people away from the system, wherever they know the right thing to be done, not be done. So automatically, those are the things that are giving us step back. Now, area they have to come in to put things right, they are not there, because nobody will checkmate them. They have power to even to question me or whatever they have. They are controlling the economy, whatever it is. That is the main fact. But the point is, they have to look down that the generation comes are most important. Now, in by and large, when you look at the Bible or whatever I can see, the Word of God is telling us, God gave us a commandment. In the first thing, we are naive. And moreover, when God created man, most of us are naive in a certain way. There's no law. And that law was broken down after Moses, before the law came to the world. But we turned the law to our personal self. Now we make our own law to define our law. But the law, what God gives us, we abandon it outside. So that is the reason why things are fall apart. And moreover, too, we didn't value those laws. But if we cherish the laws, by this time we can get better way of life to live. Because we don't care what is happening. We care for ourselves, self-centered. That's the way forward we are seeing today. So most religious leaders, many are interested in the world, not in spiritual. And when you don't have the spiritual backing, with the Holy Spirit has been to us, or anywhere, whether you are Muslim, whether you are Christian, when you know yourself that this body belongs to God, then there's no need to even to go beyond. We tackle it when we all understand the fun factor. The problem we have in Nigeria is very simple. If all of us will understand that we love each other, there's no love. We love money more than God. And naturally, when you look at Luke 16, it will tell you more about it. And when you look at the same thing, you look at Matthew 5, it will tell you something about Jesus. It will tell you something about the same thing. We are interested in money. You go to the street and see. Some they died, they are dead, but they are living. That's what we see today. Children have been drinking something what you don't understand, and at the same time, they are on their own. They cannot control them. Nobody can control their emotion, whatever. So they have a lot of problems. I'm afraid if probably 20 years back, maybe those children I'm talking about, 17, 21, 20, 25, the way they are living right now, no education, no business, no nothing. Now, 20 years back, I will be more than maybe I'm 100 and I don't know, God will take me. I cannot talk more. Moreover, to that 20 years, this country, if we don't fish out properly, will damage the country, because those who want to rule us, those 20 years children, 17 years, they are now reaching about 40 or 45. And 40, 45, they are being government. What are they going to do? This is my fear. It's fear that all of us, the religious leaders, any elders, wake up and build up your children to infrastructure, restructure them, and at the same time, impart the knowledge of God to them, let them have the fear of God and that into work modalities. Now we are gradually want to go to World Cup. That's our mindset. When it comes to sports, all of us we are one. But when it's no sports, we are not one. I want you to understand that. When it comes to sport, Nigeria is one. When we are not in that sport, we are not one. We separate ourselves. Because once you are Nigerian, you have to support Nigeria. That's okay. Only sport brought us together and put sanity to our face. We smile by sports. When we win or we lose, we know what we do. It takes. Now, that's more. Grassroots football is most important. I can give an example for some people who have done it and they make it. Today in Drusu, we were able to carry under 16 to 17 World Cup, and he's surviving it. He make the World Cup grand. Now we can talk about Yemi Teller. He did the same thing, under 21, under 17. He made it under the grassroots. Now, we don't cherish the grassroots football. We didn't value them, they are important. There's no provision toward that. Probably if the FA have plans for under 17 tournaments or league playing within the communities, I think we can build up. Moreover, too, in schools, we are not cherishing schools in all sports affairs so that we can get a grassroots from the children. That is number 2. But if you are now believing that we want to have a national team, we have to bring somebody to import from England to come and play. Who doesn't play the league in Nigeria? Today, we are facing challenges. Reason because most players we have in national team, none of them are playing league in Nigeria. There is no proprietor handled club side in Nigeria no more because taxes are too high. And government was not doing any work, probably. They didn't care about sport, but only went to count to cherish them that, yeah, we have done well. But if you are pumping money to that particular area, we can build up better. Give us the grassroots, we can make it. It depends upon how we could do it. That's my fear. I want to talk to your parents, and I want to talk to the nation, I want to talk to the government. Please, I am saying it, I'm not a soothsayer, but spiritually, psychologically, sit down and watch what is going on. If you are here, you are fine, but get outside. You see a lot of things you never see before. Children of 17 years, they're drunk, they do a lot of things. Now they are holding phone. Even technology are killing most Nigerians right now. Parents are holding phone, they don't care what the children do. Fathers or mothers that do the same thing, they hold phone from morning to night, they are looking what is that TikTok or whatever coming in, and they say we'll get money. Now they are now looking for inwardly of getting money. Say, call me, chat with me, I will get you money. This is what is going on. The children are not interested to work because there's no work. Now, we are automatically, if you have a children, you have a problem. One, if your child wants to marry, ask him whether he knows how to cook food, a female or male. They all eat fast food. So what are you going to do? Nobody can cook. If your in-law come to your house tomorrow, he said, I want to eat something. He said, it's not ISO at all. It's a disgrace. And we also, we are part of the system. We never support our children. Then moreover too, we parents too, we don't do well. And moreover, government too is not our system. Now school fees are too expensive. We have private schools are very expensive. Nobody checkmate what is going on. And moreover, the government school, we are not giving the facilities they need. Probably we have computers in our schools. Private government schools. It's better. Only private school have it. But the government school, they didn't care about it. Whatever you gain. And this is government school. That is the main thing. The government know what it has. You have to build it the better way so that other schools should follow the same process. So moreover, the school education is outright. Let's forget about it. If we want to talk about education, because we are not ready. Everybody is now for business. And that business, illegal business, everybody is doing what is pleased itself. Likewise that, if the government have interest, then if we, the parents, have interest in what our children we have, because somebody don't have a child today, say, I want to have a child. You force yourself to have a child. But can you take care of that child? These are the main things we have to talk about. In the future, we are parents, we have not done well. So we have to checkmate ourselves that, look at the mirror and look at yourself. I'm fine. the same fine, let's make sure the children will be fine. Everything God created is good.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI. Bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, ESUT, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Silk News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has launched a zero-tolerance policy and curbing touting, begging and corruption at airport following public outrage over poor conduct of airport workers. The initiative, Operation Air Clean, approved by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, targets improved transparency and passenger experience at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport and General Aviation Terminal in Lagos. The new policy replaces joint security inspections with intelligence-driven screening, camera surveillance, and real-time officer identification displays. Agencies, including the Department of State Services, Immigration, and Customs, will streamline operations to ease passenger movement and reduce congestions to ensure enforcement. FAN has activated a mobile court to prosecute touts and offenders, warning bureau de charge and the car hire operators against operating outside designated zones. Minister Keyamo reaffirmed the government's resolve to restore discipline and professionalism in Nigeria's aviation sector. The Lagos State government has announced the reintroduction of its building permit amnesty program, giving property owners another opportunity to regularize and approve buildings without paying statutory penal fees. Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Dr. Oluyinka Olumide, disclosed this in Alausa that Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu approved the initiative following public appeals from developers who missed last year's amnesty window. The 61-day program, which runs from November 1st to December 31st, 2025, aims to promote compliance and pressure future enforcement actions. Dr. Olumide explained that the amnesty would enable property owners to obtain legal building approvals legal building approvals and avoid legal complications and penalties associated with unapproved structures. He outlined key requirements for processing applications, including title document, survey plans, and built architectural designs, integrity test reports, and evidence of tax compliance. He stressed that all applications will be assessed in line with existing town planning regulations, with approval granted only to buildings meeting minimum safety and structural standards. The Commissioner reaffirmed the state's commitment to promoting safe and sustainable urban growth, urging developers to submit applications through any of the 57 local government or local council development area offices or electronically via Lagos State Physical Planning Permit Authority headquarters in Ikeja. The other state government has approved 1 billion naira in soft loans for market women to strengthen their businesses and boost grassroots economic growth. Commissioner for Women Affairs and Social Development, Eugenia Abdallah, disclosed this in Benin City while outlining key achievements under Governor Monday Okpebolo's Shine Agenda, which targets inclusive governance and women's empowerment. She stated that about 54,000 women would benefit through access to microfinance, entrepreneurial training, and skill development programs. Abdallah commended the governor for allocating 35% of the cabinet's position to women, describing the initiative as proof of an administration's commitment to gender inclusion and sustainable development. Now, Egypt's annual inflation rate rose to 12.5% in October from 11.7% in September, marking the first increase since May. The uptick followed a government decision to raise fuel prices, which drove higher transport and consumer costs, according to data released by the National Statistics Agency. Monthly inflation remained steady at 1.8%, reflecting continued pressure on household expenses despite earlier stability in prices. Analysts say the latest figure may prompt the Central Bank of Egypt to maintain its current interest rate at the next policy meeting to contain inflationary risk. The risk comes amid broader economic adjustments as Egypt works to balance subsidy reforms with measures to support recovery and stabilize the national currency. Economists believe sustained control of food and energy prices will be key to easing inflationary pressures in the coming months. Despite persistent inflation, high borrowing costs, and looming tax increases, sterling-denominated junk loans are experiencing an unexpected boom in the United Kingdom. Data shows issuance has reached £21.2 billion so far this year, an all-time annual record with 2 months still remaining. The surge reflects growing investors' demand for higher-yielding assets as traditional fixed income markets remain constrained. Leverage loans, often considered a risky segment of corporate debt, are attracting renewed interest due to their floating rate, which provides some protection against inflation. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of Standard Trust Bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So we the oppressors in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent, strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin. I'm from Edo State, Nigeria. I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos.
I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well.
Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time Magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout is, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Hairs Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souk News.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore the forces shaping the continent's progress and the challenges that often go unnoticed. Africa's creative industries are booming, from music to fashion, film to digital art, but the continent still loses billions every year to weak intellectual property protection, poor contract literacy, and exploitative deals. Now, the center of this conversation is the question: how do we make creativity profitable and sustainable for Africans themselves? This is Just Africa, reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I have Emmanuel Amolo.
Welcome to Just very interesting week. I had a very relaxed weekend, even though it had a lot of events because we're all looking at Anambra State, right? And the drama that unfolded there and made two brands very popular, which I'd rather not mention, or don't bill me. But it showed that even in terms of the kind of things we're looking at today in conversations, a lot of us are not even aware of a lot of things that are happening even in the laws, even in the thought process or the conversations that are happening around us. I mean, you'll be thinking in 2025, despite everybody that had said all they did in 2023, people will still have to trade their votes. People have to, and one of the platforms I'm on is the WhatsApp group. I will all join it. I said, it's presenters all over the country. And I said, is it that there are no media houses in this state to help, expand these conversations that we do here in Lagos? Because when we heard it, everybody started laughing, like, they still trade, not the people were even making it funny, like, they no longer collect money now. They're not trading it for things that they can eat. And it was so bad. But that was the hallmark of the weekend. But then again, this is Monday. Thankfully, we're having conversations that will broaden people's minds again, and we hope more people get to learn. Because I also saw a video that was almost in tandem with what we're going to discuss today. And the man was like, do you know that international media houses, maybe like Netflix and co, I mentioned the names, they buy some of our stories, right? Redo it, and then the people that they got it from don't even know that they are taking their stories. And then it becomes worldwide sensational movies because they've added some other flesh to it and all that. But you don't even have any monies coming to your pocket. The man mentioned one particular guy whose idea helped to do the Wakanda movie. And the guy didn't ask for anything. He just said, no problem, God. You know how we have to say, he said, God will take everybody will be fine. I'm like, And the man was like, no, we don't do that here. Because if the tables were turned, and it was a white man who owned that idea, he will sue you for billions of monies.
Yes, definitely.
And we're just like, we just had this laid back approach to things that is intellectual property. And even when you explain it to them, some people were like, well, I beg, so long as I have food to eat, whereas it's not supposed to be. So hopefully when we're done with this conversation, more people are more enlightened and they can do more businesses better.
Yes, so of course, this is Just Africa. Copyright infringement, lack of IP education, and weak legal framework continue to cost African creative millions. So today, we will explore how understanding enforcing intellectual property rights can protect innovations, empower creators, and secure Africa's place in the global creative economy. We'll find out this just shortly after this break. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Now, I must say, we are streaming. So, like, comment, and share. Tell everyone we are on YouTube at Souk News TV. Today's topic centers around protecting Africa's creative industry through law and IP literacy. Now, joining us to unpack this robust topic is Moses Agegenu. I hope I got that name correct. He is a media and entertainment lawyer, co-founder, TL Partners LLP, and music and IP deals expert. So glad to have you, Moses. I hope I got that your son name, rather.
Yes, not the perfect pronunciation, but then I can make do with that.
But help us so that we will just get it better.
Okay, so the correct pronunciation, I am an Iguman.
Oh.
The correct pronunciation is Agegenu.
Agegenu.
Yes, but a lot of people don't. I don't like to stress people. Okay. So when you call Agegenu, I just answer and move on and keep it moving. So yeah, thank you for having me, and I am really, really looking forward to this conversation.
Yes, so now, many Africans, just like he said, do not fully understand what intellectual property means. Why is that literacy level so low in Africa? Let's start from there.
I'll start from lack of knowledge, or better still, I use ignorance. Because when you first of all, what is IP, intellectual property? Intellectual property is a creation of your mind. Intellectual property is a creation that was birthed through the thoughts in your head, in your mind. Now, intellectual property laws that we have do not protect the ideas in your mind. You have to bring the ideas out.
Yes.
Intellectual property does not protect. I think I have this design in my head, no. I have this music in my head, I'm trying to make, no. You have to create something tangible before intellectual property laws can come in and protect you. So a lot of people have no idea what this is. A lot of people don't want to know. And in fact, I think evolution has now helped to bring more people into what the real IP thing is. And in the last 5 years, there's been an upsurge of interest in what is IP, what is going on, my money, my this and that. So we are getting better at informing the general public about what IP is, what they need to do, what they need to know, and how they should protect themselves.
All right, so now you have often said that IP is the currency of creativity.
Yeah.
First, I would like you to explain that. And also, for a continent of creatives as Africa, why are we still struggling, to protect and profit from our own ideas? I mean, we have so many musicians come out today and say, oh, this person stole my idea, this person, even this particular film that a lady said she was a journalist and she wrote that film. I don't want to mention the name. And, so many things were...
Okay, so I'll give you the direct answer. The direct answer is we are only creators, not controllers, not IP owners.
That's what happens. So.
Now,
that's the creator.
So I'll explain. I will explain.
Yeah.
Now, IFPI Global Report gave a breakdown of the music revenues 2024.
Okay.
And Sub-Saharan Africa had about over 20% increase in what it was 3 years ago before.
Okay.
Now, and it accounted for over $100 million in revenue. But the shocking thing is, South Africa take about 75% of that.
South Africa, 75?
Yes, about 75%.
That's about 75 million, thereabouts.
Yes, of that. Now, the problem is, like I said earlier, we just create, we don't control. IP does not pull you up from mystery. You have to show what you are doing, bring what you are doing to the table. This is what I am doing. Then you have to control it. You cannot release the music and sit back. You cannot release a movie and sit back. You cannot design fashion wears and stuff and sit back. How are you controlling that which you have created? How are you making sure that, okay, this year, this is sorted here, my documentations are intact, everything that I need to do, everybody I'm working with, everybody's on the same page. We have documentations to show what we are working on now and in the nearest future. So the bottom line is, we just create. A lot of people just create. They don't control. They don't own. Because you can create music and not own the music. You can create a movie and not own the movie. A lot of people don't understand. But this is where we are at. We create, we don't control, we don't own. So we are just basically, we just churn out raw material. Exactly. We just churn out raw materials. We don't own it. So until you step in that this that I have created, I own it. I want to be in control. That is only when IP becomes something that can work for you and your venture.
You have noted some of the problems that Africa has, in fact, because naturally, God has blessed us with almost everything that you can access. Talent, resources, they are free. But they are in their raw form. Now, it takes sometimes the West to help us to identify the raw form that we have. Yes. So there's already a gap. And you mentioned some of them. But then again, take us through in terms of, I mean, we're talking intellectual property and maybe entertainment and stuff. Take us through some of the gaps that you've also noticed, especially when we want to sign contracts. Because look, they don't teach us these things in schools.
Right.
But that's when we started singing in secondary school, you don't even know maybe one of the songs that you sang. One person has already stolen it. Yeah. And you're just like, okay, yeah, blown. Please, just identify some of those gaps that you've noticed in the system.
Okay, so the most important gap, of all gaps is that a lot of our creatives sign contracts without reading. And that is like the bottom line of every problem we have here. I will explain. Now, when I work on contracts, there are like certain areas that I look into for my clients. Now, if we can't get what we want rightfully, what we deserve rightfully in those areas, I prefer not to go ahead with the deal. But that is me. I am not the creator. Now, the creator now, after hearing information from me, the lawyer, that we should do this, most of the time, they look the other way. When they look the other way, they go and do what they want to do and come back when everything is damaged for the lawyer to fix. And I am not a Superman. Right? I am not a Superman. So a lot of people, what I've noticed is when you give, let's, for example, an emerging artist, give them a contract, what they are running to look at is royalties, recoupment. But I tell you that there are more clauses in a contract that can damage or make a creative's career. Aside from, I think that it's just, recoupment and royalties are just financial. That's nothing more. If you don't own what you have created, how do you even make money from it?
Yeah.
So a lot of people run to royalties. How much are you giving me? 50-50, 70-30, 80-20. But that is not it. You have not even checked your grant of rights.
Which one is that?
That is where the soul of everything you have created is. That is where you know who owns what. That is where you know this song I have made is mine. That is where you know that, okay, this song I have made, I have licensed it to this label for 5 years, for 3 years, for 7, depending on the agreement that you have. That's grant of rights. In fact, you might find a word like perpetuity. Now, perpetuity is, I think, in my opinion, I think is the most popular word in our industry at the moment, because everybody thinks perpetuity, they want to take it for life. They want to, yes, that is true. When you give something out in perpetuity, you are giving it out for the life of it. But perpetuity has 3 phases. It faces the record labels differently. It faces the artists themselves differently. And it faces the music producers differently. Now, for the record labels, they want to take your song in perpetuity because that is where they make money from. Now, what conversations are you having with them? Now, I can't give you this in perpetuity. I will do 5 years, then we can renew as time goes on. People don't have these conversations because your mind is royalties, 80-20. 80-20 is nonsense. I want 60-40. But you don't even have leverage to negotiate the 60-40. Now, that's perpetuity on the side of the label. Now, a lot of artists don't like to sign that perpetuity. It sends everybody out, right? Now, that's from the label side. Now, on the artist side now, a producer produces a song for me, and I want to own it for life. Of course, I own the song. I have paid the producer. I should own it for life. Usually, it's standard to own it for life. But then, the producer doesn't want you to own it for life too. So the same thing that the label is trying to do to you, now you are trying to do to the producer. Now, on the producer's part, they don't want to give it to you for life. If you want to take it for life, there are conversations that will be had. So the bottom line is, there are a lot more serious clauses in contracts that should be looked into, rather than royalties 80-20. No. So there's a grant of rights. There's a term. Some people sign record deals for 5 years, 6 years, or even more. I don't advise it. It's risky. It's a risky business.
Why, yes.
The reason why I don't advise it is it's a risky business. I would rather advise my client to do 3 years, then we can look into the progress we have made after a year or 2, and then see. I think there's a tendency for us to like extend this further or come back to the table and renegotiate. If you have something, because you don't know who is going to like blow out tomorrow morning. Right? And because of that is the reason why I don't advise a long-term contract. So that after year one, everybody can come back to the table. How has year one been? What are we looking to do? How is it going for us? Should we continue this or just cut this off and everybody go their separate ways?
So I also feel like as young budding artists, for example, or even somebody who is established, because as I said earlier, they don't teach these things in schools, right? And many of them, because maybe they are looking for the amount of money they would make, would not want to own a manager, or not even want to own a lawyer in the deals that they do. They say they get stuck in between. How do you advise such people? Because from what you are saying, if they give me a paper, I probably just look at where I will sign and just sign and go. Right. But you are looking at details. Yes. Tell them why they need a manager and a lawyer in their career.
Okay, so I always say that structure is very, very important in anything that you do, whether business, even in our personal life. If you don't have structure, the way you live, plan your day, your life generally, you're going to be everywhere, all over the place. Now, one thing that a lot of creatives don't hear from lawyers, which I think you do not need us to tell you that, is the times when these deals will be offered to you. There's a higher chance that it's going to be when you are down bad. I will not be the one to come and tell you not to take it. Do you want to take it? My job is to break down everything for you. When I break everything down, my job is to now advise you. I think that this deal is going to be a great deal. I think that 80-20 for a start is reasonable, but if you can push them to like 30. But a lot of people think, I don't have money, I can't afford the lawyer. I don't have money, I can't afford the lawyer. I have all the creators I've worked with so far in my career. Not all of them have paid me. There are creators I find interest, special interest in their craft, and I work with them. Now, it brings me to now building connections. Now, in the way the industry is structured, you need to like network with a lot of people. Now, network expands your reach to different professionals. You need a manager because all the conversations, all the running, getting gigs for you, getting that for you, is going to be done by your manager. You cannot be spending time creating, making music. You have made music all night, and you want to wake up around 8 or 9 in the morning and be responding to somebody that, it really doesn't work like that. So, a lot of them, right, they just think that everything is about money. It is not. You can build relationship with lawyers. In fact, you can build relationship with law students who are maybe in like 400 or 500 level or in law school. They are looking to work with creatives, those that are interested in entertainment law, because not every lawyer can attend to entertainment law cases, right? So the ones that are interested in entertainment, they are looking forward to creatives that will come to them. But you are staying inside and just doing your thing. You are not talking to anybody. Who's going to get the gigs for you? Who's going to negotiate all these terms for you? Now, when you talk to a lawyer, you do not have to put 1 million on the table for a lawyer to work with you. If I am negotiating, for example, I'll give this is like a structure that I use. If I am working with you and you don't have money, we can make it work. How we make it work is, you have, for example, you have like an offer from a label that wants to sign you. Maybe they have promised to give you some money in advance and all of that, and you think, this is a risky business. Let me talk to a lawyer. And you talk to me. I'll ask certain questions. How much is the label offering? What do they want? After we have gone through the agreement, gone through everything, and we successfully like lock in this deal, I take this certain percentage off your advance.
Okay.
That is another way you can. You do not have to bring cash
down from the beginning.
From the beginning, no. But sometimes there are creatives that work, because now these I just explained, we work with people who I have built some type of connection with over time. For example, myself, I have artists that I manage, but then I try to like network with a lot of people in the industry so that I can get certain opportunities for my artists. Sometimes I entertain consultations from people that I know that sooner or later, in like a week or two, I'll be in your DM asking you certain things too. So I entertain it from you. But if you are not talking to anybody, you are not networking, you are not meeting new managers, you are not talking to lawyers, you are not talking to any law students, you are not reading yourself to know what your rights are, because you ask a lot of emerging artists and you say, okay, now these royalties you are looking at, what royalties do you think are due to you? They don't know.
No.
Because royalties come in different forms.
Yeah.
You have synchronization, mechanical, so many types. Now, which one are you fighting for here? They don't know. Yeah. And if you don't know, what is the need?
Yes.
So, yeah, that's...
All right, so 2 questions.
Okay.
First one, earlier on you mentioned, you did a statistics of what is coming to Africa, $100 million, 75 going to South Africa. So, which means obviously South Africa is doing something that maybe Nigeria is not doing. And when you talk about music, Afrobeat is what is out there. So, by all rights, I mean, Nigeria should be leading. Even in our movie industry, Netflix came and they did business with us, and they smiled back home. So what is it that South Africa is doing that maybe we can replicate? Or other countries can also replicate?
So I think that, for example, let me say this. We have to be thankful of the government to an extent, because the amendment of the Copyright Act, now Copyright Act 2022, gives room for so much more than it was in the earlier Copyright Act that we were using.
All right.
Now, this one includes influencers, includes content creators, includes so many creatives as a whole, right? So we have a structure. We have the laws to work with. But what we suffer from, in my opinion, is enforcement. And effectiveness of existing platforms that we have. For example, if you don't own or control the music you make, you cannot make publishing. Because even when these foreign investors come with the bag, and they're like, okay, we're looking for songs to use in a movie, that's synchronization royalties.
Yes.
Now, when they find songs that interest them, they will discover that they don't even know who the right owners are. There's a problem in the back end.
Wow.
Now, that is one. Secondly, when I complain of intellectual property infringement, the enforcement is not, in my opinion, on the same level as South Africa.
Okay.
I think South Africa is a lot more stricter with their laws than we are. My opinion is, I think that Afrobeat really, really leaped than we imagined. So it caught us unaware, structure-wise. So now we are trying to catch up. We have, our Copyright Act is clear on who should own what, how you become the owner, how the license passes, how ownership passes and stuff. Right? So, but our problem has been enforcement. Now, a lot of people don't like to enforce. Now, you'll be working with creatives and you tell them that, for example, I was working with an artist one time and we had an issue with a producer and we sent letters. We had a lot of back and forth. We ended up just letting them be because they were bent on taking down the song and not having proper conversations. And my client is, let them have it. I don't like to work with people like that. I like to work with people. I like to show that you have done this, you should pay for this. You have done this, there are consequences for this. So when you infringe on my client's right, and we try to have conversations and you don't, I just switch to fight mode, war mode, file necessary reports, take down the song, everybody loses. Because it's not just you, my client loses too. So everybody loses. So if we don't have conversations on how this thing is going to be, everybody loses. We take down the song and find. Some people don't want to take that. So some people are scared because they think that I'm trying to like, especially imagine creatives.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like build connect. I'm trying to come up. So they don't have conversations that they should have. For example, if any of them works with like already established artists, they feel scared to ask them for documentation on the exact day that they have met them.
All right, so now, there are certain questions, a whole lot of questions that come into my mind. First of all, I'm sure you must have heard this, that an artist goes to a producer, does a song. So there's always been this argument that whoever pays for that song owns that song, whether it's the record label or the artist. Can you clarify? What does the law have to say about this? Because there's so much argument on it.
Yes, there's a lot of. In fact, I found a tweet or a post on X, and when I saw it, I don't like to comment too much on X because it seems to me like a lot of people just want to like argue and go back and forth with you. They don't want to respect, because for me, when I'm having conversations with anybody anywhere, Instagram, X, anywhere, when I click your page and I see, okay, this person is an authority in this place, I lay low and learn if I don't know. A lot of people that you are conversing with, they know that you are a lawyer in this field. But instead of learning, they just want to go back and forth with you by sending you ChatGPT. You go to ChatGPT. But me, I'm reading the Copyright Act. Guys, it. Not ChatGPT. So, what Copyright Act explains is clear. Now, for music, the Copyright Act says that, I'm trying to like quote it word for word. It says that by whom the arrangement of the recording is made. Now, by whom the arrangement of the recording is made is who is the mastermind of the song we are making. So I'll make it practical. We have a label, we have an artist, we have a producer.
Yes.
Now, the moment an artist is signed to a label, they don't make the decisions. The label makes the decisions.
Makes the decisions.
Now, the label is the one, now that they have signed you, they are the one making the plans. They have signed you and told you that we're signing you, we want 2 EPs and 1 album, but first, we are dropping a single first to introduce you into the market. They are the ones making the moves. They are the ones working. You're all in the studio recording. They have paid the producer. So, not just pay alone, but payment is involved. He who finances and makes the arrangement, he who plans generally owns it. Now, when the artist is not signed, it can be them, because they are the ones that have paid the producer that they want to work with. Now, if you did not pay the producer, and the producer has told you that, you know what, I love your vibe, because I have a producer client that just did that. I love this artist's vibe. Let's make an EP together, a collaborative work. I make the beats, you use your vocals. Now, in that case now, he is making the plans. He's one setting up. Yes. He's one setting up this music, this thing to happen. So in that case, he would own copyright.
Quite interesting.
This is like the foundation, as explained by the Copyright Act. Now, it is subject to agreements.
Wow.
Now, this is what the Copyright Act explains. If you now go to the table, and after making the plans yourself, you decide that you want to sell this off, that would be your cup of tea.
Okay.
Right? That would be your cup of tea. So, the bottom line is, he who makes the arrangements and finances owns it. Except now, okay, you own it on agreement. That's different. But with Copyright Act that guides what we do here in Nigeria, that is like the foundation.
So I mean, to leapfrog from what you just said, I'm an artist. I had an album. It's made me known. And then a label now comes and signs me. These are 2 scenarios. I've already have an album on my own. It now made me known. The label now recognizes me. What happens in terms of that kind of, because I mean, they are not the ones in charge of making all the plans going forward after I've signed. But before I signed,
the production of the album.
Yes, everything. Before I signed, who owns that? Because they've now signed another property. But whatever I did before I signed, how do we agree that one?
Okay, yeah. So I'm trying to like remember these foreign artists. I don't know if it's 21 Savage or something, but he had a platinum record before he signed to a label.
Okay.
And when the label came, he told them, in this case, I am the label. Why? Because he has leverage.
Okay.
You're not coming to help him blow. He's there already. You don't have a platinum record in your label. I have a platinum record. I have leverage. I am the real deal. So in this case, I am the label. I will give you 30%. And because the label know that with the 30% someone that has a platinum record, they joined in. So when you in that scenario, the artist already has leverage that can help them in conversations, in negotiations. Eventually, it is not an uncommon practice to have that project along the line now go back to the new label that you just signed to, based on conversations that must have been had, and maybe they have paid you some advance on that to now take over from you. But usually, what that gives you leverage to negotiate, because what a lot of emerging talents don't have is leverage. You cannot come to a table with 1,000 streams to come and talk to investors. You don't have any leverage. You want to come and, because of 1,000 streams, come and take $5,000, $10,000. No, nobody's giving you that. So what gives you leverage is the work you have put in before getting signed. So you can have better conversations. This is what I want. And you can even stand your ground because you know that I will not be pressured into signing anything. If you don't want this, there's something, that is why you are here. If you don't want this on my own terms, you can move. I am not doing bad for myself. So what that scenario, what it gives is, it gives you leverage to negotiate better terms for yourself. Yeah. Whether you want to now give that project to the label is a conversation between you and the label.
I still feel like maybe a lot more education needs to happen because I mean, some of us have to go out of university, for example, become whatever it is, and they want to now delve into music before you now start to learn the intricacies of what the industry is expecting from you. But you see young people out there who just love to sing. That is all they want to just give me a chance to sing. You will not expect them to begin to check those dotted lines, right? But then again, how do they match the education part of it or the business side of it? Because it's business, right? The business side of it, so that I know I am coming out as a full artist, not just a singer. What education do they need to have? At least the basics.
Okay, so now a lot of people don't have problems with learning, but they have a problem of, how do I put it, not being in the proper place at the right time. And I will explain. The thing is, you have to think of this as a business at the end of the day. When my clients tell me, bro, I just want to make music, I say, shut it there. I'm not saying you should not be passionate. I'm not saying you should not do passion. But if you want to do just passion with me, I will move. I don't like that mindset. You have to see this as a business because whether you like it or not, it is a business. Maybe it was not 20 years ago, but now it is. And if you don't have a proper structure for a business, it will crumble.
Yes.
Now, how do you get this structure? Now, entertainment law is not taught in universities. In fact, the closest you get to entertainment law is contract, early stages of university, and intellectual property as a course. In some universities, it is an elective. I didn't take that elective in uni, right? But then I had this head opening, or how do I put it, in law school. I have always loved music. It has always interested me. I just thought, so what is this? There's something somewhere that some people are not looking into.
Yes.
And I following a few people, a few entertainment lawyers that I know, and I'm beginning to like develop interest. But what did I do? I went on Coursera. I went on Udemy, different foreign websites, taking courses after courses after courses after courses to learn what this music business, what entertainment law really is. Because if you ask a recent law graduate, what's entertainment? You don't know, except they have been doing personal research. They don't know. So what I am saying is, when you take your business serious, take this as a business, you take it serious, then you begin to get into spaces that you can learn. Courses are just one of it. I attend sorry for that word, a lot of conferences and workshops. And in Lagos, there's a lot of workshops happening. Music Business for Africa, which I am a proud alumnus of, organize workshops every now and then. Make Music Lagos organize workshops. A lot of entertainment powerhouses. In fact, may even labels, may even chalks, a lot organized. But do you know the funny thing is, do I say funny? It's not funny. The sad thing is, in these workshops, every time that I attend, the moderators say, how many musicians do you have here? How many artists do you have here? You see 2, 3, maybe in some cases 1 hand. But you ask, how many lawyers do you have here? You see like 7 hands. How many managers do you have here? You see like 8 hands. What's going on? The people with this I'm not in the space. And that is a big problem. You don't tell people how to be intentional about their craft. I know what I am doing. The reason why I'm here today is because I am intentional about being an entertainment lawyer. And I've been looking up and down to make sure that this legal education, as something that interests me, gets to people who don't know. But nobody will make these plans for me. Nobody will make these plans for me. So they have to be in spaces that these things are taught. Because if you sleep on passion, you're on your own. Passion does not pay your bills. Passion does not pay your manager. Passion does not sort your logistics. Passion does not feed you. Passion does not clothe you. There's only little that passion can do for you these days. What you need is the business mindset. And when you have a business mindset, you know that everything I do has to be documented. I cannot sign anything without reading through. And with that, you make better decisions for yourself, for your career. If you don't have documentation, how do you even get your money? How do you recoup your money? Because publishing money, royalty money, if your metadata and necessary details and contracts are not logged in, you will not get anything.
All right, so shortly before we go, you mentioned something earlier on about enforcement. Yes. So I would like to ask, the enforcement, is it that the courts don't enforce it or the security agencies themselves? Or
okay, so
how is it?
This, I'll say this. The courts enforce, but because of, I said the other time that we didn't prepare ourselves for where Afrobeats was going. I think that we didn't prepare ourselves like with our laws for the evolution that we are experiencing, that we have experienced over the years.
Yes.
Right? So it is usually very... Now, for a long time, we have two collection management organizations in Nigeria. There's a COSON.
Yeah, COSON.
There's MCSN. These people have been at loggerheads for years.
The two agencies?
Yes. They have been at loggerhead. But it looks like now MCSN is trying to fix that and be the main point of contact. But a lot of our artists don't even know because they are not registered to them. And the problem is, over the years, what have they been doing? They have been working. But how much of that work is visible? How much of that work has impacted us? If they have been doing a lot of work, it will pull more creatives to join them. Because if you don't join them, they cannot track your royalties.
Yes.
So you have to join them. But how do people join? People don't trust you. But I think they are trying to build that trust back. So we need the government to help us. They should not stop at just creating amending the Copyright Act.
Yes.
We need enforcement. We need, how do I put it? We need committees that can go out to necessary places and say that, okay, this is how this should be done. You have infringed somebody's right. Can we have like an IP court? And the reason why I always say this is our judicial system is funny. The reason why I say it is it takes a long time in most cases to get to the end of matters. Now imagine IP. For IP, we need something instant.
Instant judgment.
Something that will not take 2 years, 3 years, something like 6 months, 3 months, 8 months, 2 months. But if you don't have courts that are solely IP, it will not happen. Like that. Because if you, for example, today is Monday, every court in Lagos today is busy. Just in Lagos, in Nigeria today is busy. And if you check through their course list, the things I doubt you find one IP case that they are attending to. And if there are IP cases that they are attending to, some have been there for years. That they have not really done so much on it. So if they can help us with communities that can start to now police people, or maybe an IP court that can look into infringement cases immediately, so that these things can be judged. And this is why a lot of people run.
All right. So secondly, you mentioned we have so many royalties. So can you please, for those that do not know, I know there's mechanical, there's performance rights, there's this, that. But for those that who don't even have an idea, mention some of them.
Okay. For when there's usually this time that you're watching a movie or you are playing a video game and Rema song comes on or Fireboy song comes on, or maybe you're watching a movie and you hear the video's song or Wizkid song, that's synchronization royalties. When your song is used in any ad, commercials, movie, then you can get something tangible. The right owners. Now, the reason why I use the right owners is they don't pay just anybody. The right owners, they see the right owners in the back end. So if, back to documentation, if you don't have proper documentation, they will not see you as a right owner. You're going to give them problem. They continue or move to the next available person. But you don't know that you have just missed out on something else. There's the mechanical royalties that you make from streaming, digital downloads and everything. Now, all of these royalties are split into different aspects. Now, let me even tell you that a lot of creatives don't know that there's a difference between composition and sound recording or masters. It's very, very complicated.
Yes.
It is very, very, very complicated. That is why I say that I just sit back. If you decide not to use a lawyer, you come back begging. And when you come back, you pay more.
You pay more
than you think you didn't have the other time.
Because it damages the law.
Because you want the lawyers to come and do Superman or Batman, and it's not possible. That is why we say structure from the beginning. It's better off than getting into problem than expecting lawyer to come and take you out of
one hole that you dug by yourself. I'm sorry, I have to ask this question because look, you when you said it with passion. Like passion alone is not the whole thing. There's a business side of it that you need to learn. But coming to you directly, because you have a fashion brand. This is fashion as it is. You talk law, you talk, first of all, how do you even merge all this together and then you are still looking at the business side of all of them? Okay,
so I call myself like a triple threat in the creative industry.
Triple H.
because I am a full-blown creative. I have always been making shoes since 200 level in the uni. Making shoes. Myself and my brother launched our streetwear line 2 years ago. Wayward, that's where the fashion one came from. But what this has taught me is, I noticed that I love being creative. Everything about me is creativity. I love music. In fact, I was born into a household that loves music. None of my parents make music, but they love music. And because of the interest from my dad and my mom, they have different interests in music that I combine myself. So I have a wide range of interest in music. I listen to Akbala, Fuji. On some days, I want to listen to Ayinla Omowura. On some days, it's K1 that is on my mind. And on some days, it's Whiskey that I want to just bop into. And on some days, I just want the vibe, marvel, and be fine. Or maybe just listen to TZ. That's my artist, by the way, TZ, and be okay. So I love being creative. So I just thought to myself, I'm an entertainment lawyer. My brother is a fashion designer and stylist. My sister makes beads and stuff. So we are like triple threat, really. Exactly. So I just thought to myself, this makes a lot of sense. And when we were trying to set up the fashion outlet, it allowed me to go into the rabbit hole, to research more. How do we need to do this? And I know one thing for sure from that experience, that it is better to register and prevent than trying to fix. Trying to fix will cost you a lot of money, to cost you more time, it will stress you because you are in the mess already. But if you prevent that mess, you can have a smooth sailing. So combining all of that with being a lawyer, I always have my head going out first before me, thinking ahead before me. We cannot do this. Let's do this. In fact, my brother, a lot of times, he does a lot of learning. Because when I tell him, he doesn't understand, but I have to now take him through, okay, this is how it works. So, yeah.
And the schools don't do enough. And the schools don't do enough. You have to learn it outside the school.
So I tell people, for example, young girls that are coming up, you can be inspired by entertainment lawyers. I know a lot of entertainment lawyers that inspire me. And I'm following in their footsteps because they are doing amazing things. Shout out to Akinyemi Law. They are doing amazing things in the industry. You cannot be looking at Moses alone. Are you attending the workshops that Moses has attended?
Yes.
Are you researching as much? Are you reading? Because these things, a layman cannot comprehend it, no matter how much you try. And that's why we have to give kudos to our A-list, B-list, every artist that is making a living. A lot of times you see them on the phone, back and forth, shouting, I want 20%, I want 30%, I want 50%. It is not as easy as people or the audience think it is. A lot of times, for example, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and I told them, there's a particular song I love. I had to go to YouTube to listen to it. I don't go where no love. From Asha and Whiskey.
Yes.
They had issues. They took that song down.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Asha I think she had
IDG.
issues with the producer.
Yes, I remember.
IDG, I think she had issues with the producer, so they took that song down. Imagine how much of a beautiful song that is. But can I enjoy it on DSPs? I have to now go through corners to go and listen
to the song.
To that. So it's a lot of stuff put together. But with constant education, today you know what publishing is. Tomorrow you know what master royalties is. It helps you get better. I asked the producer one time, okay, I saw you tweet a post, and the person said that as long as we make the song, well, we hold it together. And I'm laughing because you are not the Copyright Act. This is not what the Copyright Act says. But this person went on in the comments going at people. Now ask me, does that look like a person that wants to learn? And there's a big difference between sound recording. Sound recording is what you listen to on AudioMac, on Spotify, on Apple Music. The composition are the lyrics, the beats, the chords, the melodies put together in the studio by the songwriters, by the producer and composers and everybody that are working on the song. So if you don't split this composition and sound recording into beats, you are going to have trouble understanding which is which and where the royalties come from this. Because royalties come in both forms. There's a publishing, there's a sound recording, masters. Masters majorly, they have sample. When people use their song, bring it into a new song, you pay them. Many people by Adekunle Gold sampled Ayefele.
Yes.
Ayefele is getting a bag from that, for sure. Yes, now because he even switched. Many people say Ayefele Oleji, the Ejala no be small fish show. Adekunle Gold said he asked him to tweak that lyrics for him. So he's getting it back from there. That's an OG that is now making money from
something that
now.
Yeah.
And in fact, I watched his interview where he mentioned that it took about a year to clear because he used Rihanna's sample on on his one of his songs. I think the title is I Believe, and it took almost a year and a lot of money
to clear
to get that cleared.
Before
you, when Burna Boy released Last sample Tony Braxton,
yes,
wasn't a man.
It was a man enough
winning song.
Yes,
and everybody online went on. Braxton don't steal, don't collect everything from Burna Boy. She don't collect 70, she don't collect 60, and I'm wondering what's going on. In fact, even people that are supposed to be creatives are supposed to like lay low and learn what really this is about. She can get 80% if she wants on publishing because you are using her song.
Yes.
And it's negotiation. She is the one that has the leverage, not Burna Boy. You want to sample a Grammy winning song, you have to be ready to pay the cost of that. So,
all right, thank you very much, Moses, for your insight, and of course, thank you for joining us in Just Africa.
I am very, very happy to be here.
I learned a lot. My head has
no, I can imagine.
Yeah, so today's conversation with Moses Agegenu reminds us that creativity without protection is charity, and Africa can't afford to keep giving away its genius. The future of the continent's creative economy depends on ownership, structure, and strategy. Governments must simplify and enforce intellectual property laws that prioritize local creators. Lawyers must also bridge the gap between legal jargon and cultural realities. And creators, of course, from studios to stage, must sustain legal protection, not as a burden, but as a backbone of their art, because in the end, Africa's rhythm deserves to pay Africa first. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the second segment of Just Africa. Stay tuned.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is a need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souk News.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souk News.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage, to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains, technology, and access to export markets. The challenge, as always, is perception. We must stop seeing artisanship as inferior. Ghana is showing that welding can build wealth and textile design can drive trade. The African hand is skilled. The African mind is gifted. What remains is for policy and investment to catch up with potential. In Ghana's apprentices, they don't just see workers, they see a future workforce Africa can proudly call its own. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Sook News TV.
Welcome back to Just Africa, where we explore bold ideas, untold stories, and transformative conversations shaping our continent's future. Now, across Africa and in the diaspora, financial literacy remains one of the most critical yet underdeveloped skills for individuals and small business owners. Many people struggle because they lack income, but because they lack clarity on how to manage it effectively. Now, from savings to investment, emergency planning to wealth building strategies, the absence of simple, actionable financial framework prevents Africans from taking full control of their economic future. Now, this topic of discussion is practical approaches to wealth, savings, and investment for Africans. Our guest is Simi Ajayi, content marketing strategist, growth leader, finance thought leader. So glad to have you, Simi Ajayi.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Oh, yes, crystal clear. Now, Simi, financial literacy remains low across Africa. From your experience, what are the reasons people struggle, to manage their money effectively?
From my experience, there are three basic problems. The first will be a lack of access to culturally relevant financial education. Second will be misinformation and then limited access to financial tools. And I'll quickly explain what I mean. Of course, these days, most people have access to the internet. So it's easy to assume that people can just Google up whatever financial knowledge they need to have. But the content that exists out there, for it to be practical to you, needs to be culturally relevant. So what do I mean? If I'm talking about a financial concept like compounding, for instance, but I am talking at the back of my mind, my target audience are people who live in North America. There will be examples and things I would say that will resonate with North Americans. But if you're a young man living in Lagos or Abuja, Nigeria, it will fly over your head, right? So another way to explain this would be the way as Nigerians we listen to music. So of course we listen to hip hop from the US. Some of us like Indian music, some of us like music from all over the world. But when we are listening to Nigerian music, it resonates in a different way. So financial content and financial education is similar, right? You need financial content that is culturally relevant to you and that you can assimilate and resonate with. The other challenge that I can identify is misinformation. And misinformation doesn't have to be bad intentioned, right? So an example, just to make it clear, would be imagine you get, you just graduated from school and you get your first job. It's a really good job. And then your dad is giving you financial advice. Now, his financial advice is well intentioned, but he's probably talking about things, he could be talking about things that were relevant maybe 30 years ago when he was at your stage, right? He doesn't understand what's going on right now. So even though it's well intentioned, it might be misinformation. The final challenge that I see is limited access to financial, well, I'll say culture. Let me just say culture, right? You, whether we like it or not, and when I mean culture, I don't necessarily mean tribe or, it's the mindset of the people surrounding you. And whether we like it or not, a lot of us live in environments in which the economic culture is more about survival than thriving. So, a quick example would be you finally get the job you need, you finally have enough money. So, let's say you earn 1 million naira a month and you need only 600,000 naira a month to meet your basic needs. The remaining 400,000 naira, because of the culture around you, you are giving it out to people, or you are going to clubs, spending the money, or you're just wasting the money instead of investing and saving. You'll be surprised that the mindset around you affects the way you behave.
Yeah.
And if you have the wrong culture surrounding you, you will find yourself, it will be very difficult for you to rise above that culture. So, three things: um, lack of access to culturally relevant financial education, misinformation, and the economic culture surrounding you.
So, I mean, you've hinted it. In Africa, it is obvious that many of us depend on informal ways to learn about finance or financial literacy. How do you see this situation? How has it hampered us to a particular level?
So what happens is that you make wrong financial choices, right? Um, the truth is that financial education, most of it is common sense. Let's be honest. So it's not rocket science. It's not something you don't know or you don't understand. A lot of it is discipline. However, I have a lot of clients that are self-taught, right? They do their own research by themselves. We all have access to the internet, and we all have access to courses. There's Coursera out there. There are so many places you can learn from. But one of the things I've noticed about self-taught people is that, first of all, there's a limit to the long-term planning that they do. So I have clients who are in their 20s and we're already talking about what they're going to do with their money when they're 65, right? I have clients who are in their 40s and we're saying when you are 85 years old, when you're 90 years old, this is, if you're still alive, hopefully, this is where that money is going to be coming from. I have clients in which we are talking about transferring the money to the next generation, making sure that your children and your children's children have access to a certain type of, they have access to funds. Another major problem I've noticed is structure. So a lot of clients that I have that manage their money by themselves, one of the problems they have is that they know, okay, I have this account here, I have this account there. Oh, this account, I have it over here. And then they'll tell you, oh, I even forgot that I had this account. So things are not organized. And if you want to optimize or make sure that your finances are as structured as possible, it needs to be it needs to be really, really organized. And what you don't measure, you can't improve on.
Yes, yes.
So we need to know that this particular bulk of your money, the investments you've made here are for these purposes, either for your retirement, it's for your children's education, or it's for this, and you can track exactly what you are doing. I have segmented this money for emergency funds. I've segmented this money for this reason. So those are the two main challenges I find when and then there's lack of clarity. So you don't even know where to put the money, what to do with the money, and there's a lot of confusion that can come out of you not having the right type of education or the right mindset.
All right, thank you very much, Simi. So tell us about your three bucket rule and how it helps individuals take control of their income while balancing essentials, growth, and of course, enjoyment.
It's very simple. I won't say I came up with it. It's common sense, right? So one of the things I specialize is breaking down complex ideas into very simple, in a simple way that anybody can relate with. So it doesn't matter if you're earning $1 million a day or you're earning $1 a day. It's something that you can apply practically to your life, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that shocked me in the final when because my background is communications, really, right? One of the things that shocked me about the financial industry is that most people in the finance industry are very bad storytellers. So, anyways, the three bucket rule, yeah. So the three bucket rule basically allows you to track how you spend your money and lets you know where your money is going. So there are three buckets. So just imagine there are three buckets. The first bucket is your must-haves. So those are the things that you have to do with your money. You don't have a choice. So you need to pay your rent, you need to pay your mortgage, you need to
School
buy
fees,
food, your
yes.
groceries, you need to survive, right?
Yes.
So if you don't pay your rent or you don't pay your mortgage, you're homeless. So it's a must-have. So when your money comes in at the end of the month, let's assume you make a million naira a month. You have to pay your rent or your mortgage or whatever it is. Nobody cares whether if you don't do it, you're going to be homeless. So every single thing that you have to do,
Yes.
you create that list and you put your money into it, right? So that's your first priority.
Yes.
The second priority for you are your future goals, right? And your future goals will determine whether you have a future ambition. If you don't have future ambition, you're not going to have future goals. And future goals can be as mundane as I want to buy a car next year, or I want to buy a house, or I want to go on vacation. And it could be, real germane things like I want to have more education, I want to save, I want to invest. That's your next bucket. That's the second bucket. In which so let's assume I'm earning a 1 million naira a month and 600,000 naira has gone into the things that I must do. Now I have 400,000 naira left. The second bucket must be, my future goals.
Yeah.
And I plan it and I say, okay, these are the things that I need to achieve. So the another word for that is discretionary income. So it's money that you don't have to spend, but you are reinvesting in yourself so that you can increase the amount of money you have, or hopefully one day you have enough assets so that you don't have to work anymore, right? That's the second bucket.
Yes.
The final bucket is just to be realistic, because even from personal experience, um, there was a time in my life in which I was so focused on what I was trying to achieve and what I was trying to do that it didn't occur to me that I needed to relax and just chill. So I call that so personally I call it my fine boy money segment, right? But it's really about it's really about freedom lifestyle. So
Yes.
you need to have a budget that says, okay, I'm going to take my family out.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm going to take my family out this weekend, so that we can just have a good time. You need to have a budget for that as well. So, those are the three different buckets. And as you can see, it's so simple that anybody can apply it to themselves. And last thing I'm going to say is that if you apply this three bucket rule, as simple as it sounds, you are ahead of at least 50% of the game when it comes to finances already.
All right, so I know a lot of us make money, right, in different means. But the question now, because everybody always says, oh, invest your money, use this to invest your money. But then again, there are different types of investments that exist. How do you educate people to know what or where goes to what? Because look, the truth is, we've noticed that financial literacy is poor. When you say it's poor, a lot of people don't even know what it is at all. How do you advise people to know what goes where? Because as recent as last month, I had to begin to differentiate between investment and savings, and why you need to know which one is which, right? I had to just go recently read about it, and extensively. It wasn't even taught in schools. How do you explain that to young people who are entering into the system?
Yeah, I honestly don't understand why it's not taught in schools. Personally, I believe, at least in secondary school, it should be part of the curriculum, right? Basic finance 101. And this thing you've talked about is something that amazes me. Like, I have clients who are literal rocket scientists. Like, these are brilliant people. But when it comes to basic financial things, they just don't know it. Not because it's difficult, but because, people just don't pay attention. So knowing when to save and when to invest, if you understand this, trust me, you are ahead of most people. Now, it's a simple rule. Any money I don't need, let me put it this way. If I want to know what money I should save, I save money that I believe I'm going to need in the next 0 to 3 years, right? Okay. And there's a reason behind this, right? But I think it's too complicated for this forum. 0 to 3 years, if I have, let's assume I have 5 million naira, and this 5 million naira, I am going to need it, or I believe I will need it between 0 to 3 years, I will save that money. Now, saving means that my principal is safe. You can't put your money, well, hopefully, you will not put your money in a bank. Let's say you put 1 million naira in a bank, and tomorrow they will now say it's 900,000 we have. We don't have that 1 million naira, right? As long as the bank doesn't fail, they will not say that your principal is safe. But the opportunity cost is that the interest rate you get on those savings is relatively low, right? That's the savings, money that I believe I will need between 0 to 3 years. If I believe that this money, I have 5 million naira, I don't have a reason to touch this 5 million naira 3 years plus. So 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. I don't think I will touch this money, then I invest it. Why? Because the risk in investment is higher. So it is possible to invest your money in whatever stock or whatever it is. It could be real estate. There are different types of assets, right?
Yes.
It could be whatever it is. And I invested 5 million naira, and then 3 months later I go there, the asset I invested in is now worth 4 million naira. But because I have a long-term perspective, I understand that there's volatility and the money can go up, it can go down.
Yes.
Right. So that's exactly how to differentiate between savings and investment. So your viewers who are paying attention, honestly, if this is all they grasp from this conversation, they're ahead of the game.
Oh, fantastic. I'm sorry, I wanted to also ask, because look, the truth is, it can be overwhelming, right? I know you're in Canada, and I have friends who have moved from Nigeria into that system, and one of the things that they always find, maybe as culture shocks, is taxes. And they have to go and learn how to do taxation. But then again, there are so many of these things that exist in the system there in Canada. How do they stay not overwhelmed? Because, just from simple basic conversion of savings and investments, it can feel overwhelming to some people, right? Now imagine when you now have a lot more that they have to learn about to fit into the system. How are they not overwhelmed?
Yeah, it's a culture shock for all of us. When I came into Canada myself, I felt I was already very financially literate. I knew everything there was to know, but North America is a different ball game. It's so different from Nigeria and where we're coming from. And that is why here in Canada, it's difficult. I won't lie. You need to actually educate yourself. And that's why here in Canada, we have a lot of financial advisors. We have professionals that can take you through. Personally, I am building a community called Tax Community. because the very first interaction most people have with finances here is tax. And I know that Nigeria has a new tax system right now. So back in Nigeria, the Nigerian tax system is way more similar to the Canadian system, now with the new tax system. So anyways, we've built this community called the tax community, and it's a place where you get peer-to-peer interaction. So I've been in Canada for, let's say, 5 years. You have been in Canada for 2 months. I can let you know some of the mistakes I made, right? So you don't have to make them. And also, it's a place where you have access to financial professionals who you can ask questions, and they will answer you depending on the question and the complexity and the layer, either for free or for a small fee. And I think things like this, especially because Nigeria is making strides. I know it is difficult to live in Nigeria right now, and a lot of people don't think Nigeria is making progress. But those of us watching from outside, we can see some of the policies being put in place right now that is structuring Nigeria in the right way. So Nigeria is going to get there very soon. And if you're in Nigeria right now, you need access to financial professionals to just break down some of these concepts, because finance is something I call anti-mimetic, right? There's someone coined that word, and I really loved it. And what that means is that finance. So a meme is, you know what a meme is? A meme is something that sticks, an idea that sticks, that is easy to share, that people like to talk about. Finance is the opposite of a meme. Nobody wants to talk about their finances. It is hard. It doesn't stick. People don't like talking about it. When you have people like me, and there's several other people out there who take the seemingly complex concepts in finance and break it down to a level that is easy for you to understand, and then you gain from it, and everybody's happy.
All right, thank you very much for that, Simi. So, in your opinion, what role can government and financial institutions play in promoting financial literacy across Africa? Because we really need this financial literacy to get by, the whole economy.
So the obvious thing most people will tell you is that they need to embed financial literacy into the curriculum. And that's something I will support in secondary schools, university, maybe even primary schools. It needs to be in the curriculum. Very basic things, right? There's no reason why in secondary school you shouldn't learn about the tax system, since our tax system is getting more complicated, right, and more advanced. So that's the obvious answer. But what I personally would say from my experience is that, at least here in Canada and in North America generally, there are accounts, for want of a better, or let me say financial vehicles, that have been promoted by the government that incentivizes ordinary citizens to do some things. So here in Canada, if the government has incentivized you to save for your children's education, because tertiary education is expensive over here, right? It's not free. It's expensive. So they've incentivized you to save for your children's education. So it's a no-brainer because it's tax-free. They even give you grants, they give you free money and all of that. So it's a no-brainer. I want to save because of what the government has done. I want to save for my children's education. And then I go out of my way because they're offering me free money, they're offering me incentives, tax-free stuff. I go out of my way to learn about it. So I go and meet a professional and say, talk to me about this education planning system. Those are the kind of things that I think we should do in Nigeria and in Africa generally. The government needs to incentivize you to do certain things. We want you to plan for your retirement so that when you retire, you don't become a burden on us, right?
Yes.
So these are the incentives we will give you so that you want to save for your retirement. And if you don't understand how the retirement system works, then go and find out, go and talk to a professional who will talk to you about it. It's not complex. So I think that's the most important thing the Nigerian government needs to pay attention to. Incentivize people to do things you want them to do. Save for education, save for retirement, invest their money, give them incentives. We here in Canada, we have lots of accounts and lots of programs that incentivizes us to do these things. And that's why people go out of their way to get financially educated. We can do this in Nigeria as well, and it will work 100%.
All right, thank you very much, Simi. So earlier on, you talked about saving and investing. I like to put myself in the mind of a typical Nigerian. Let's say, for instance, I have a business that I want to go into. Maybe I want to go into buying and selling or something like that, and I need a capital. Now, I draw from, are you saying that I should not draw from my savings because I don't have money to invest? I only have savings. Maybe I have 5 million that I've saved. Can I draw from that 5 million, maybe 3 million out of it to invest? Or are you saying I should now go and source for another capital to invest in my own passion or my own business?
Okay, I hear you. So first thing is to define what investment is, right? Yes. You can invest in anything. The basic definition of investment is putting money into something so that you can realize bigger money later, right? That's the simplest way to explain it. Yeah. But you can invest in anything. You can invest in yourself. So if I decide to take out of my money to go to school, I'm investing in myself right now, right? Because the idea is that when I graduate, I'll be able to go back to my office and tell them to pay me a bigger salary, right? That's investment. I can invest in stocks. I can invest in the financial markets. I can invest in somebody else's business. So there are different definitions of investments. What you are talking about specifically is investing in your own business.
Yes.
And that is, I would say that is left to you. It depends on the environment you are in. If you are in an environment in which capital is cheap, capital is getting more expensive globally, everywhere in the world. But I'd say 5-10 years, let's say 5 years ago, at least in the Western world, capital was very cheap. So what it means that the cost of borrowing money, so the interest rates that you have to pay back is the cost of borrowing money, right? So if the cost of borrowing money is cheap, I have 5 million, but a bank can give me 5 million and all I have to pay is 1%. Why do I need to use my own 5 million? Yeah. Other people's money now, right? I'll use their own money and do the business, right?
Yes.
But if you're in an environment where the cost of capital is high, which it is getting high everywhere in the world, but if you're in an environment where the cost of capital is high, if you have your own money, then it gives you freedom to do whatever you want to do, right? So of course, you can take out of your own money and invest. What I was saying is that the difference between savings and investments, when I was referring to investments, when I was talking about difference between savings and investments, I was, the assumption was that investment is investing in the stock market or investing in another person's business, that kind of stuff, right?
Yes, yes.
And that's why I was differentiating between money. If I need, even if I'm investing in my own business, if I know I'm going to need this money to pay my rent at the end of the year, that's not the money that I will take to go and invest in business.
Yes.
You understand? Because I can't tell if the business will crash or not.
Yes.
So if I know I'm going to need it in a very, I'm going to need that money soon, the general logic is that you do not invest that kind of money. You save it. And the definition, the financial technical definition of savings is you put it in a place where that money is safe. Nothing will happen to the money, but you are getting interest, which can be low, but at least you are getting interest. The technical definition of investment is that you are applying some risk into that money. So that money, you can lose it, you might gain. But if you gain, you're going to gain something relatively high, right?
Yes,
so
yes.
I hope that clears that up.
Okay, so I mean, now we're talking, Dango, you mentioned business because it will lead into the next question I was going to ask. We can agree that small businesses and local communities help economies to grow, right? I mean, Nigeria is filled with small businesses. Perhaps it's the woman that is selling something small at the corner of her stall or whatever. Now, how can, financial education or some of this information help them become sustainable and it doesn't become, after today a woman dies and that business just goes away?
The reason why this is a difficult question is because there are certain aspects that cannot be taught. So things like discipline, how do you teach somebody discipline? It's either you decide to be disciplined or not, right? But that's one level. And I don't believe that Nigerians are less disciplined than anybody else. Another major problem that I have identified is lack of access to credits. And let me just quickly talk about what I have noticed here. You will be surprised at how many Nigerians living outside Nigeria, and that's because I have access to a lot of them as clients, are very interested in investing in Nigeria. So when I tell my clients, invest your money, you have so amount of money, invest it here, invest it here, invest it here, invest it here. These are the returns you will get. They will say, oh yeah, that is all well and good, but I wish I could do something in Nigeria. They just feel comfortable investing in Nigeria. But the problem they have is that they don't know which investment avenues are credible and which investment avenues are not. So one of the things which is a future goal of mine is to build like a bridge between the diaspora and Nigeria or sub-Saharan Africa, in which credible, and I'm talking about micro investment too. So I'm not talking about anything large, $500, $1,000, $2,000, $5,000. $500, you'd be surprised at how much it will change the life of that lady who has that idea to be frying akara with some innovation and some commercial level, right? Once you can ascertain that this business is credible, you'll be surprised at how much influx of money will come to Nigeria from outside. But to address your question, what financial education does for you is that it brings clarity. So even here in North America, I see a lot of people who are raised here, born here, they still have that problem. They don't know how to differentiate from their own personal money and business money, right? So because my business made a profit of $5,000 today, doesn't mean I made a profit of $5,000.
Yes.
Right? There are so many things to think about. So clarity when it comes to financial things brings impact because it teaches you exactly how to separate things and put them into different buckets or different pathways so that you can know exactly what to do with your money and so that you don't waste money. There are so many well-intentioned people out there that put their money in the wrong things and lose money, lose investors' money, lose the money that people gave them, not because they are bad people or terrible people, but just because they don't know what to do with the money. And that's what financial education does for you. And I believe that in Nigeria, what we need is education that resonates with us, that speaks our language so that we understand. I mean, how do you talk to the woman who is selling akara that is very popular, that has an idea to sell akara to 10,000 people every day, for instance? There's nothing on YouTube for her. We need to develop that kind of content. And that's one of the things that I want to do, that I'm planning to do. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Simi Ajayi, for your insights. Thank you for joining us on Just Africa today.
Thank you very much. Have a good day. Bye.
You too. Now, today's conversation with Simi Ajayi reminds us that wealth is not just about how much you earn, but how clearly you manage and allocate it. Africans have the opportunity to transform their financial futures by adopting practical, actionable strategies and tools. Governments and institutions must also prioritize financial literacy as a core component of economic development. Communities and businesses can also adopt structured frameworks to empower their members and employees. This is where we round up today's edition of Just Africa. We'd like to thank our guests, both guests, that's Moses Agegenu and of course Simi Ajayi. This, I must say, has been an impactful discussion. I am Olumide Shokoya. I'll see you soon.
And I am Emmanuel Amolo.
rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, Souk Enlightenment.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Pobu for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the other Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in. We used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting. And with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, that you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers there. When the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines, I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world, you understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something to do. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter who asks is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of... I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. Some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of... The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. That intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit. Rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced, the government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life and, set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And, but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. We tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all. It's the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Lasaco Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we're not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody's perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. This men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now. I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have, in the country. You can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, it will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at Souk News Television. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Now let's begin with today's top stories. The quest to become a $1 trillion economy. The federal government calls for a deeper result-oriented partnership with Germany to support Nigeria's bid to become a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. And boat passengers raise concerns over 410 million pounds, euros million Omi Eco project, questioning the operational efficiency of the newly introduced boats. And Senegal's Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko opposes proposed restructuring of the country's debt, emphasizing the government's commitment to financial sovereignty. And court orders President Donald Trump to fund food assistance benefit for 42 million low-income Americans amid ongoing government shutdown. And in the world of sports, Nigerian midfielder Wilfred Ndidi warns Gabon and other rivals ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup African playoffs. Many thanks for joining us on the news. Now, the federal government has called for a deeper result-oriented partnership with Germany to support Nigeria's quest to become a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. The call was made by the Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, during a meeting with a delegation from Germany's Gießen Chamber of Commerce and Industry in the Federal Capital Territory. Led by the Chief Executive Officer, Matthias Leder, the German team engaged with the Nigerian officials to strengthen collaboration in trade, vocational training, labor migration, and investment. Bagudu emphasized that these areas align with the economic priorities of President Bola Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, which seeks to boost industrial productivity and create jobs. The minister noted that a more structured economic partnership would help unlock Nigeria's full potential, particularly through technology transfer, skilled labor development, and access to global markets. Both sides agreed to work toward concrete projects that could accelerate inclusive growth and sustainable development. The Japanese ambassador to Nigeria, Suzuki Hideo, has revealed that many Japanese companies currently operating in Nigeria are finding it difficult to make profit due to economic headwinds. Speaking over the weekend at the Japan pavilion during the opening of the 2025 Lagos International Trade Fair, Ambassador Hideo acknowledged the tough business environment but expressed hope in Nigeria's long-term market potential. He noted that despite current challenges, Japanese firms are committed to staying and exploring new opportunities. Hideo emphasized that trade fairs like the Lagos International Trade Fair offer crucial platforms for deepening business relationships and showcasing innovation. He called for improved ease of doing business, stable policies, and better infrastructure to encourage more foreign investment. The ambassador added that Japan remains open to strengthening bilateral trade with Nigeria, especially in sectors such as technology, manufacturing, and healthcare. Now, Nigeria's electricity distribution companies, DISCOs, have increased their revenue collection by 43% in the first 8 months of 2025, earning a total of 1.5 trillion naira compared to 1.05 trillion during the same period in 2024. This is according to the latest data released on Sunday by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC. The Commission's commercial performance report showed that the 12 DISCOs jointly collected 553.63 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025 and 564.71 billion naira in the second quarter. Additional breakdowns revealed that 193.96 billion naira was collected in July, while 191.11 billion naira was added in August, bringing total collections for the January-August period to 1.503 trillion naira. Analysts attribute the surge to recent tariff reforms, improved metering, and stricter enforcement of collections. NERC has continued pushing for financial sustainability in the power sector, urging DISCOs to reinvest revenues in infrastructure, reduce losses, and improve service delivery across their franchise areas. Now, the Nigerian Customs Service Port Harcourt Area 1 Command achieved a historic revenue milestone in October 2025, collecting 33.75 billion naira, the highest monthly figure in its history. This represents a remarkable 272% increase compared to 9.07 billion naira recorded in October 2024. Comptroller Salamat Atuluku, in a statement on Sunday, attributed the record-breaking performance to teamwork, operational discipline, and strategic innovation within the command. She emphasized that the achievement reflects enhanced compliance and efficient revenue collection mechanisms at the port. Cumulatively, the command generated 247.46 billion naira between January and October 2025, marking a 51% year-on-year increase from the 164.08 billion naira collected over the same period in 2024. Atuluku reaffirmed the command's commitment to supporting the federal government's fiscal goals through improved trade facilitation and enforcement, while calling on stakeholders to continue cooperating with customs for sustained progress. Now, the Nigerian Institute of Quantity Surveyors has raised alarm over widespread corruption in Nigeria's housing and financial sectors, warning that it is severely weakening the mortgage system and pushing homeowners out of reach for many citizens. Speaking at a press briefing in Lagos to mark the Institute's Golden Jubilee, the General Secretary, Aziz Ayodabo, said the federal government must urgently review and reform mortgage policies to address systemic corruption and inefficiencies. The Secretary General noted that despite various housing schemes and financial interventions, a majority of Nigerians still struggle to access affordable mortgage and its financing. He emphasized that without decisive action to clean up the system and implement transparent processes, the dream of owning a home will be elusive for millions of Nigerians. He called for stronger regulatory oversight and collaboration between the public and private stakeholders to rebuild trust and improve accessibility in Nigeria's mortgage framework. Now, the Lagos State government has reintroduced its planning permit amnesty program to help property owners regulate unapproved buildings without paying statutory penalties. The announcement was made by the Commissioner for Physical Planning and Urban Development, Dr. Oluyinka Olumide, at a press briefing in Alausa in Lagos. Dr. Olumide explained that the decision follows appeals from residents who missed previous opportunities to benefit from the initiative. He noted that this marks the third time Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has approved the program since taking office, demonstrating a continued commitment to inclusive urban planning and regulatory relief. The amnesty allows owners of existing structures built without permits to obtain proper documentation without incurring the usual fines associated with non-compliance. The Commissioner urged eligible property owners to take advantage of the window to avoid future enforcement actions and contribute to a more orderly and a legally compliant built environment across Lagos State. Now, boat passengers under the United Waterways Passengers Association have raised concerns about the 410 million euro project, Omieko, questioning the operational efficiency of its newly introduced boats. Speaking over the weekend, the stakeholders noted that the boats designed to carry over 30 passengers could lead to departure delays, as operators might be compelled to wait for full capacity before setting off. They argued that such a model may not suit the realities of daily commuters who prioritize speed and timely service on the waterways. The Lagos State government had recently launched the Omieko project in collaboration with international partners aimed at transforming the state's water transport system. While the initiative had been praised for its scale and ambition, passengers insist that its success depends on practical execution, including ensuring smaller, flexible boat sizes and frequency of trips to meet commuter expectation. Now, still to come in the news, the World Bank approved $925 million 6-year funding to loan or revitalize South Africa major cities. I'll bring you this story in a moment.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun, near Ile-Ife, revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with Sook News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Sook News TV.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluebunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on News at 3. Now, Senegal's Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko has opposed the proposed restructuring of the country's debt, emphasizing the government's commitment to financial sovereignty and maintaining access to international markets. Speaking at a PASTEF party meeting in Dakar on Saturday, Sonko stressed that the restructuring should only be considered when absolutely necessary, signaling confidence in Senegal's ability to manage its financial obligations. The announcement comes shortly after the International Monetary Fund concluded a mission in Senegal to assess the nation's economic health, while external advisors often recommend restructuring to ease repayment pressures. Sonko's stance reflects a strategic choice to uphold investor confidence and protect the country's credit rating. According to analysts, they note that preserving the market access is crucial for Senegal to continue attracting foreign investment and funding development projects across the nation. Now, the government officials said the administration is exploring alternative measures to strengthen public finances, including targeted economic reforms and efficient revenue collection. The Prime Minister highlighted that safeguarding fiscal discipline and sustaining growth will allow Senegal to meet obligations without restructuring, demonstrating a long-term vision for economic resilience and stability that could enhance investor trust in West Africa's emerging market. Now, the World Bank has approved a $925 million loan to South Africa to support a 6-year program aimed at revitalizing the country's major cities. The funding provided through the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development is part of a broader initiative totaling around $2.8 billion. The program will reward cities that meet operational and financial performance targets with additional funding, creating incentives for efficient urban management. This marks the first program for results operation in South Africa designed to improve local governance and enhance service delivery by trying financial support to measurable outcomes. Sites and cities are encouraged to strengthen infrastructure, optimize public services, and improve administrative practices. Officials said the approach is expected to deliver sustainable improvement in urban planning and municipal operations. The loan will support investments in essential infrastructure, public services, and capacity building while addressing long-standing urban challenges. World Bank representative said the initiative could serve as a model for other nations seeking result-driven urban development. According to analysts, they noted that the program is likely to boost investor confidence, generate employment opportunities, and foster long-term economic growth across South African cities. Now, Egypt's annual urban consumer price inflation accelerated to 12.5% in the month of October, halting a 4-month ease streak, according to figures released on Monday by the State Statistics Agency, Compass. The increase exceeded analysts' median forecast of 12%, reflecting fresh upward pressure on living costs. The inflation rose from 11.7% in September, driven by a combination of fuel price hikes and recent enactment of a law permitting landlords to raise rents These factors contributed to higher housing and transformation costs, which economists say are key contributors to the unexpected rise. Analysts warn that the uptick could complicate monetary policy decisions for Egypt's central bank, which has been under pressure to balance inflation control with growth support amid ongoing fiscal reforms. The latest data may also add strain to consumers already dealing with elevated food prices and currency pressures ahead of a widely anticipated review of the Egypt's loan program with the International Monetary Fund. Now, India's rapid expansion of solar energy has led to a rise in power curtailment as the national grid struggles to manage excess generation. Data from the Grid Controller of India shows the solar curtailment rose to 12% in October, the highest level since May, with as much as 40% of solar output unable to reach consumers on certain days. The surge in generation highlights both the country's success in scaling renewables and the urgent need for stronger grid infrastructure and energy storage solutions. Industry experts warn that persistent curtailment could discourage investors and slow progress toward India's clean energy targets. Officials are reportedly exploring strategies to address the imbalance, including grid modernization, improved transmission capacity, and accelerated deployment of battery storage systems to stabilize renewable energy supply across the country. Now, China has tightened controls on the export of fentanyl precursors chemicals to the United States, Mexico, and Canada following a recent trade agreement between President Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. The move adds 13 precursor substances to a list of regulated exports, requiring new licenses for shipments to North America. The restrictions jointly announced by China's Commerce Ministry and 4 other government agencies include several piperidine-based compounds commonly used in illegal production of fentanyl. The policy enforcing trade and security ties with the North American country. The new measures are expected to enhance monitoring and compliance in the cross-border chemical trade, according to reports. Now, Thailand's government has approved 4 new data center projects worth $3.1 billion as part of a strategic push to strengthen its digital infrastructure. The Board of Investment announced on Monday that the approval includes initiatives to fast-track previously sanctioned projects and attracts global tech investors. Among the investors is a major 84-megawatt data center by Dubai-based Damak Digital Center, valued at 26.7 billion baht. Another significant project led by a local investor involves a 200-megawatt hyperscale data center worth 54.9 billion baht. These development signals Thailand's commitment to becoming a regional digital hub. The board emphasized that the new data centers will support cloud computing, AI, and digital services, aligning with Thailand's long-term economic goals. Officials noted that enhancing the country's digital infrastructure is critical to attracting multinational firms and driving competitiveness in Southeast Asia, the fast-track growing tech ecosystem. Now, Vietnam's Prime Minister Pham Minh Chinh on Monday reaffirmed confidence in the country's economic resilience, stating that 8% growth in 2025 remains achievable despite global headwinds. Speaking at a business conference, Chinh said Vietnam's economy was strong enough to absorb external shocks, including newly imposed U.S. tariffs in October. The United States announced a 20% tariff on imports from Vietnam, its largest export destination. The government data shows that shipments to the United States have declined month on month since August. However, Vietnam still recorded a $111 billion trade surplus with the United States in the first 10 months of the year. Chinh also revealed an ambitious 10% GDP growth they're targeting for 2026, underlining the government's long-term strategy focused on export diversification, domestic manufacturing, and increased foreign investment. He urged continued reforms to strengthen trade productivity and innovation, ensuring Vietnam remains a competitive player in the global economy. Now, still to come in the news, Bank of England released a new regulatory framework on stablecoin, allowing issuers to invest up to 60% of their reserve assets in short-term government debt.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, Souk Enlightenment.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us in the World News at 3. We're reaching you live from our studios at Souk News TV. Now let's move on. A federal appeals court on Sunday upheld a lower court order requiring President Donald Trump's administration to fully fund food assistance benefit for 42 million low-income Americans during the ongoing government shutdown. The first United States Circuit Court of Appeals based in Boston refused to oppose Thursday's ruling by a Rhode Island federal judge. The decision mandates the United States Department of Agriculture to release $4 billion previously earmarked for other purposes, ensuring recipients get their full supplemental nutrition assistance program benefits for the month. The court's decision marks a major setback for the Trump administration, which had planned to provide reduced benefits due to funding constraints during the shutdown. The ruling underscores growing legal and political pressure to shield vulnerable Americans from the fallout of the budget impasse as the shutdown continues to disrupt federal services nationwide. Now, the Bank of England has released new proposals to regulate systemic stablecoins, allowing issuers to invest up to 60% of their reserve assets in short-term government debt. Announced on Monday, the move aims to tighten oversight of the ongoing and growing digital currency sector while safeguarding the broader financial system. The proposals are designed to provide regulatory clarity and reduce risks associated with stablecoin, the digital tokens typically pegged to traditional currencies. By limiting assets exposure and encouraging transparency, the central bank hopes to strike a balance between innovation and systemic safety. The initiative comes as global regulators growing increasingly concerned about the potential impact of stablecoins on monetary policy and financial stability. Stakeholders are invited to comment on the proposals before final release. Rules are implemented, marking a significant step in the UK's broader strategy to regulate the digital financial space. Now, Hungary has reached a deal with the United States on a financial shield to safeguard its economy and public finances. The Prime Minister, Viktor Orban, announced following his meeting with President Donald Trump during the weekend. Orban, known for his close ties to President Donald Trump, met with the United States leader at the White House to negotiate relief from sanctions on Russian oil and gas, which have impacted Hungary's energy-dependent economy. The talks resulted in one-year exemption from the sanctions, offering Budapest temporary breathing space. The agreement is expected to bolster Hungary's economic resilience amid rising energy costs and geopolitical uncertainty. Urban described the outcome as a critical step in maintaining national stability and economic security, while details of the financial shield remain limited. Officials said it includes coordinated support mechanisms and continued dialogue on strategic trade and investment cooperation among both nations. Now, oil prices climbed on Monday as optimism grew that United States government shutdown could soon end, boosting demand expectations in the world's largest oil consumer. Brent crude futures gained 50 cents or 0.79% to trade at $64.13 a barrel, while West Texas Intermediate rose 53 cents or 0.89% to $60.28. The rebound follows 2 weeks of losses caused by oversupply concerns. The United States Senate advanced a bill aimed at reopening the federal government after a 40-day closure that disrupted food and programs and caused widespread flight cancellations. Analysts said renewed risk appetite supported crude markets even as global inventories continue to grow. The Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies agreed to raise output slightly in December, but delayed further hikes in early 2026 to stabilize prices. However, rising U.S. stockpiles and record crude storage in Asian waters weighed on sentiment. The market watchers said oil prices could remain volatile as geopolitical risks and shift in supply dynamics continues to shape investor expectations. Nigerian midfielder Wilfred Ndidi has sounded a warning to Gabon and other rivals ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup Africa playoffs, declaring that the Super Eagles are in top form and fully focused on qualification. Speaking ahead of Thursday's semi-final clash in Morocco, Ndidi, currently on loan at Besiktas, emphasized the team's determination to overcome Gabon and secure a place in the final against either DRC Congo or Cameroon. Nigeria must now take the longer route to qualification after missing out on automatic ticket. Ndidi said the Super Eagles are in dangerous form and ready for any opponent. He also stressed that everyone is focused on the goal to reaching the World Cup. The Super Eagles aim to return to the global stage in the United States of America, Canada, and Mexico in 2026, and the team believes their recent performances prove they have what it takes to triumph through the playoffs. Now, Wayne Rooney has named Sunderland captain. Granit Xhaka has probably the signing of the season following the club's strong return to Premier League. The former Manchester United striker praised the Swiss international for his leadership and influence. Speaking to sports journalists, Rooney highlighted Xhaka's impact on a newly promoted Sunderland side that sits fourth on the table with 19 points from 11 matches. The Black Cats, whose main goal is Premier League survival, have surprised many with their consistent performances this season. Xhaka, signed from Bayern Leverkusen and formerly an Arsenal player, has brought stability and top-flight experience to Sunderland's midfield. His presence has been credited with raising the team's overall confidence and performance levels, Rooney noted. Now, that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a quick recap of today's top stories. Federal government calls for a deeper result-oriented partnership with Germany to support Nigeria's bid to become a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030. Now, both passengers raised concern over the €410 million Omieko project, questioning the operational efficiency of the newly introduced boats. Senegal's Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko opposes proposed restructuring of the country's debt, emphasizing the government's commitment to financial sovereignty. And court orders President Donald Trump to fund food assistance benefit for 42 million low-income Americans amid ongoing government shutdown. And in the world of sports, Nigerian midfielder Wilfred Ndidi wants Gabon and other rivals ahead of the 2026 FIFA World Cup Africa playoffs, declaring that the Super Eagles are fully focused on qualification. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, News Television, and we Good afternoon to you.
Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's sports to the world stage. Welcome to News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it. without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place, and it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. the coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. You know, they're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play, back and forth. It's because you've given him the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press in general, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me? We're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's got to do with the kind of coach. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see, the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember, when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. To strike a balance, you have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But realism says, first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well structured. In Germany, in Europe and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. You need more commercial. You need more private sector funding. You need more sponsorship. And then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phoned to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what was that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas, and we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of us. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that, I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have, you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, okay, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then, now the Yoruba people say, "Amukun eru ewo, oni ewo saleni." That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lend them money for 5 years, or whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinje, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way live that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri. And because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. It's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPAC was created from the Federation account. The initial seed money for NDPAC was from the Federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPAC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPAC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity like every other person, like what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are. The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get. I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too, this is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look. In the past, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now, a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of, because petrol burns faster, you use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So, generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there's no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters, okay, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What will the intelligent network, or what will it
do? Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart shone through his everyday life.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian